Some of those property tax things and with back to Lou and that, he said,
That's awesome.
I did not hear from the supervisors and I didn't hear from ISAC. We need to hear from them to make decisions. And I said, well, to be fair, that legislation was brought in the 12th hour and there wasn't time to deliberate on it and to come up with our view and what it is. We are.
I don't remember receiving a phone call.
And we said,
asking my opinion about it.
and we said, you can always talk to us. And Jean brought up, she said with ISAC, they represent many different affiliates. So it takes time for them to deliberate between the affiliates and how they're going to be registered for a certain.
You stay neutral unless you.
Well, and it's obvious that their sheriff affiliate, they're gonna be for that.
That's exactly
That's
right.
what Jean
Supervisor
brought up.
affiliate would have a challenge with it, so they've got a lot to figure out. Can you do
And
that in an hour? No.
And I told Representative Hall, I said, at the end of the day, they are a great resource for us, for information, but they are still just
Training.
lobbyists. You have, when some of these things come through, please reach out to us. We're the ones with boots on the ground doing it. If you have those questions or concerns, you have our phone numbers.
In fairness, the one that does reach out to us is the one you're telling us to reach
I know,
out to.
I preach it to the choir,
Right,
but
what,
don't tell me either, though, well, we can't make a decision because we didn't hear from them.
well, that does not
You can
ring
talk to us.
very true with me, that they didn't get their, they didn't discuss it to get it on there. And they can't do anything with it without hearing from ISAC.
Well, that's a good point, Chief. Yeah, they got it on and passed it
Right.
without any
Yeah,
people deliberating on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But now we can't correct it or fine tune it
fine tune it,
because we don't have the information.
Right.
Standard.
Can I interject something?
Yeah.
Your time. Is it Dave's time?
Yeah.
Go.
No, I'd just like to make a point there. You look at all the things that we're facing right now, the biggest challenges that we're facing. Property tax, think about all the mandates that come down, whether it's credits that have turned into exemptions, the back to blue thing, how that's created issue, and the counties that aren't fighting that anymore, it's because they're now facing huge property tax problems. Go talk to their supervisors. They've got serious property tax problems because their payroll's so damn high. There a lot of the things, the burdens that we're dealing with now have been inflicted upon us by the state houses, and it's their job to manage the state, I guess, but sometimes it's like, do you even want us here? I have to ask that. Do you guys even really want us here? And if that's the case, you don't. Figure out a new plan to get rid of us. And you can do it all. That's my answer. I'm going down there then, because I'm gonna help clean up that damn one horse town or whatever you wanna say. That's the thing that's really starting to frustrate me. They're doing all this thing for us. And then we're left here to clean up or put up with the headache. I'm running out of aspirin. Sorry, that's me venting. I'll get off my soapbox.
They make more.
But to your point, and we brought this up as well, a lot of this policy is driven from a few counties that affect all of us. We said that, we're a very fiscally conservative county, and we've done that for years, but now we're being penalized because of the dirty 30 or whatever,
Steve, I'd never heard him called that.
I never heard him called that.
That's what he said?
Yeah. They kind of showed, what's the dirty 30? And I said, well, everything we had done, that is where it stemmed from. All of our conversations in the supervisor world it was stemmed from those counties that, and whatever, they had large growth or they had whatever they needed to have their higher taxes, whatever. They voted those people to do it. And I said, it's a fine line. The double side of that coin is when you dictate policy on all of us, take away home rule.
Well, I just to emphasize the dirty 30 part, you know, it was like Dallas County was part of that dirty 30, but their growth was so immense, so in such a small time frame. I mean, it's like a business that grows really fast because you got customer demand and you go in debt to grow to meet that customer demand. You have no choice but to go and borrow that money or get financed ahead so that you can meet the customer demand. Because what happens if a customer, you can't service them, they go find somebody else. And then all of a sudden, pretty soon, all their business is with that somebody else that could take care of them. So Dallas trying to expand their customer or their tax base, you know, get more people in there to help pay taxes. Well, we got to build these roads. We got to put in this electric or this sewer infrastructure. So all of a sudden they're spending money hand over fist. Well, it puts them into the dirty 30. But they're trying to do something that we would love to be able to do here to help grow our county. But we can't do it, and we're trying. You know, that's the big toss with me, is I'm a fiscal conservative, maybe a hyper conservative. I don't know what I am. However, I will tell you that growing this county is of vital importance to me, and that's exactly how these people got labeled. So instead of the state reaching out to us and say, you know, we're going to have a hearing to see what we got to do to make the county, and we're just wanting supervisors or other people that actually have to know. I mean, Terry's really understanding of our budget, so get some on. I mean, we have joint meetings at ISAC. Why? Because that's the people that deal with that stuff in the room. So, but has anybody, you know, anybody that's got called down there to sit in front of it and testify in front of any committee?
Subcommittee?
I don't know anybody. That's how you do. That's how you build intelligent legislation. By talking to the people that are doing the work for you out there. Because we do, in a sense, work for them because they make the rules. But we work for the people that are here in this county. And that's what's really bothering me. How do we service people that we're not even allowed to take care of? I mean, I might be being a little extreme there, but that's what it feels like for me. I mean, you get told, no, you can't do that, or hey, you have to do this. It don't work either way, you know. So anyway.
Well, and kind of piggyback off what you're saying, I brought it up, Steve. You talk a lot about property tax and the need to lower it. I get that, but you brought it up. Show me the math. Show me how you want it to work. Talk to us about our unfunded mandates more. I mean, to me, they recognize that, or they say they do, but it's not part of this property tax bill. You know, I don't know a single one, whether it's the governor, senate, or house, that addresses the unfunded mandates. You know, they want to lower it, but they don't talk about taking some of that off our plate. And it's like, give me the math on how it's going to work and how you want us counties to move forward.
What don't you want us to pay for? That's what I like.
We've identified all these unfunded mandates. The state is now going to pay for those mandates. Counties, how much can you lower your property tax? Because we, the state, are not going to.
Yeah, if we do this, can you?
How much is that? I don't know.
Right. But that's not the narrative that I'm hearing. The narrative is, well, counties and cities, you guys have overspent. And now we need to bring property tax back in check, almost making us the bad guys. And it's like, well, part of that equation is the unfunded mandates. But they don't really, I mean, they don't seem to use that as a narrative of, hey, we're going to incorporate that into our property tax legislation. Instead, we see more exemptions. And
Current bill has exemptions.
Right.
More exemptions.
Yep, it is.
Well, credits to exemptions.
I was trying to find the map where they've got everybody in a district, and I think that eventually we'll just be in the district of HHS, and they'll have one group that supervises all that. The state will have it all taken over. That's going to be our county.
I think you especially had a pretty good conversation with governor candidate.
I did.
Steve?
Oh, it's Steen. I was.
I did.
I want to say time, but it's always wrong. So,
I'd say it wrong too.
That's because you're Steve.
yeah. But at first, he kind of called all local government elected officials out. And that's when both of us got up and
I beelined.
then he said, well, you kind of misphrased his words.
Yeah.
And he says, that's a real big disconnect between Des Moines and local governments.
Yep.
What they do down there is they don't even think about what it's doing out here.
And he
Well, I
worked
would like-
right close with the governor.
I'd like to add a point to that, and most of us here can remember that. I think all of us were there. Or we had one of our senators tell us that, well, you're just gonna have to figure it out.
That was me at a Rotary meeting.
Well, no, but, yeah, I mean, that was.
You're talking District 3.
District 3 meeting.
Oh,
Had a senator that said that, you know,
same one.
couldn't believe that all these conservatives from this 3rd district were wanting to keep taxes. No, we actually fight to get them down. But, you keep throwing all these unfunded mandates at us, and now I mean, if you stop and look at it, without having some credible way to pay for some of these services, because what service are we performing down here? I mean, I'm not keeping any money. You know, what service are we performing down here that's, you know, that has been affected by inflation and everything else? Which one of these services do you think we should be doing away with or should cut in half? Which ones? Please tell us, because you're telling us that we're doing it wrong. So what are we doing wrong? That's what I'd like to know. You know, you can throw a dart at the wall, and if you don't have to be responsible for where it's sticking, and you can hit somebody in the back of the head with it.
Except these services we carved out. These services are fine. They can keep taxing at whatever rate they want over here.
Yeah. You know, and then that's the other thing is.
Why do you scoop snow? It's gonna be July eventually.
Eventually.
It'll all melt.
Yeah.
You already spend money.
Pushing
I mean, that's one of the biggest waste of taxpayer dollars there is, scooping snow.
Moving snow and putting salt on the road, so it can destroy the highway, so we have to fix them again. Yeah.
But
Big point.
to me, Ty, it's so much easier for them to just say, we're gonna give property tax cuts, and we don't have to be the bad guys on what cuts they have to make.
It's great campaign. But
Yeah.
On that same note, somebody just sent me a text to let us know that Zane Lane's going to be in Schleswig tonight at 7.
so,
So if we want to have some more
That's
questions.
another
Who's
governor that I haven't.
Another governor
Oh,
person, so
another candidate.
another candidate, so if we want to see what his thoughts are, they're saying we should let us all
You
know.
know,
so.
because I mean, to do us less harm, I would rather the legislature or the governor would just say, it's not my problem. We don't inflict property tax. City, county, school does. Go to your county meetings, go to your school board meetings, go to your city council meetings, and have them address and fix the problem. It's not our deal. We do sales tax and income tax.
If the people in Crawford County showed up in this room or Zoom and said, we don't think you need to put this much rock on the road, and you could get a good consensus, then I'd be getting that information from somebody that matters, the people that use
Exactly.
those services.
Right.
But when the State House is telling us that we don't need things, really? Because when you drive through my county and the roads are crap, you're gonna be the first one screaming about it, you know, I mean, I'm just using roads for instance, there's tons of services, I mean, what we do here on the 2nd floor or anything else in the county, you know, the assessor, you know, but that's the other thing. They've never had us down there to talk to. When was the last time they brought a public hospital down there to talk to understand their spending? Or the school boards? I mean, other than listening to a teachers union, that's just like listening to ISAC, for goodness sakes. These people are just trying to defend their paycheck. We're trying to defend our citizens' paychecks. You know, that's what's driving me crazy about all this. Bring us down there, ask us. You know, bring the school boards down there. Pick one out of your bigger school districts in a county and get them down there and ask them, why do you need all this money? You know, they'll give you good reasons.
yeah.
I mean, they're educating our kids.
Explain
You
it.
know what somebody said to me last night? I want to bring this up. A gentleman called me. We've been discussing this stuff. So he says, why don't we put cameras in everything anymore to create transparency? What if we had a two-way camera in every classroom? One that watched the teacher, one that watched the students. First of all, parents would be able to see if their kid's actually a spoiled brat that might need a little bit of a paddling or whatever when he gets home. Or they'd see that a teacher is only teaching one side of an equation. And not giving your kid the ability to teaching them to think, not teaching them what to think. Unless it's math, you need to learn what to think in math. But you see what I'm saying? That was a great idea. Now there's some money that I can't think of anybody in Crawford County that would say, don't spend that money. They'd probably also spend that money. I mean, somebody would think that that's a violation of privacy, but you aren't, other than in the bathrooms or the locker room, you're not there for privacy. Though we do talk about that a lot anymore, it seems like. But I think that, things like that. So where you want to talk about how to make your schools better, a little more transparency there, probably help.
You got all the officers and body cams.
Yeah.
But about the time something happened, that'd be the day the camera just didn't happen to be on or,
No,
wasn't, you know. and-
That could be true, but then,
You think this property tax, this big, I mean, they're coming at us, I think threefold, limiting our abilities, which I'm not, I'm not against all of this. I mean, they're taking credits and moving them to exemptions, and then it's arguably local dollars get spent, I don't talk to you about this, up to 7 times more locally. So I mean, every paycheck gets spent in the local economies.
Yeah.
So they're gonna restrict that money to arguably hurt local economies.
I mean, that's what we use like with the Tri-City one Kyle and I were talking about. That's an excellent point, Kyle. Excellent point.
So,
Well, and to me, I mean, if they would truly dig into the unfunded mandates and work directly with the county and say, if we eliminate these, how would that affect your budget? What would you do? Would you keep your levies and invest in other things? And how would that look? Or would you lower your levies because you don't need to? I mean, those are conversations that need to be had.
And you're talking about that right there. Get rid of the 3.5 then, so where we don't have to force it up there to be able to use the supplementals.
Right.
I mean, because that's actually an unfunded mandate on its own, if you look at it from that perspective.
And then,
Sorry, Dave.
no, you're right. And then it even goes further. It's like they are messing in our wheelhouse, affecting us. But at the end of the day, we do have a way that dictates that. We have elections. And if our county didn't like what our board was doing and we were overspending, the election would solve it.
Yeah.
And if you live in a Dallas County and you didn't like that they were overspending, their route to change that is an election. But instead, let's come in and totally just make every single county have to conform to our property tax change. And it hurts us all.
I wish they were sitting down there in Des Moines worrying about infrastructure and all the things that make Iowa grow, instead of making Iowa slow.
what did Adam also say that in the Senate's plan, that they're trying to get a gas tax that just follows CPI and making it permanent? So consumer price index goes up, gas tax so automatically goes up, so.
Yeah.
That would come down like this year
Yeah.
while
We're
we're
going
going
down
down.
by the people, it just automatically follows
Loved
CPI.
everything and then all of a
So
sudden.
where's them monies going? Are they gonna come back to help local economies that are getting their taxes? Where's that money? Or is it just gonna go in the state coffers? Or is it gonna go help the infrastructure?
Yeah.
He said, I've asked, he said, I can't get an answer out of him.
That's a real question for the state level.
That is, I mean,
Yeah, it really
I
is.
mean, if it's something we can get behind, is it gonna build roads and bridges, or is it gonna help schools, is it gonna help local with? It's just something they want to help have the state. I don't. Interesting.
We had all the
I
answers.
mean, nothing's set in stone, so we're fretting over a lot of nothing, speculating.
Well, the
You know
word
what,
is
this
you're
has been
out
a great conversation though.
Yeah, we
You know
didn't
what,
think
this is
about it.
stuff we never tell the folks. All the stuff that we're really struggling with, and maybe this was a good thing to do. I wish the room was already full, you know. So they understand that we're not just Scrooges because Ebenezer was cute. I mean, he wasn't cute. It's like God showed up with 3 different ghosts. But you know what I mean? It's time to, really, we need to shed some light on some of this crap the counties are fighting with. And the counties that just jumped up and spent, I mean, shame on them. Shame on them. This should have been things we worked out.
But, and I had this conversation the other year at one of our meetings with Senator Rowley. And his wife is Chris Rowley, that's the treasurer.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I know you're talking.
And she told me, and I think this is just the misinformation and just how things get, that gap between state and local. She said, when they took over behavioral health, she said, well, the only reason property tax is becoming a thing is because all you counties, the state took away that levy and you kept it. No, we didn't keep that levy. That levy disappeared. Gone. Oh, no. You counties kept it. And that's why they had to come in and do property tax reform, because they saw that the state kicked in for behavioral health, and now every county raised their rates or kept that levy to spend on other things.
So you levy $0.
And I said, that is, I don't know where you got your information, that is wrong. And I had Lucas and Jamie there with me, and we talked about it with her, and kind of explained how it worked. He said there might have been some counties that had a lower general basic or supplemental or rural, and without that, they raised it because they didn't have the mental health there as well, but they kept the levies the same, but used it for a capital improvement project or something else. But there was a mindset that counties kept that levy and used it for other things. He said that did not happen whatsoever. So to know that some of the property tax stem from a misconception of how counties were actually operating is frustrating. And it's like, if you just talk to your county auditor and board of supervisors, you would know that that levy was gone. And here's how we're using our levy dollar, our levy dollars.
Part of the problem is,
I'm just gonna remind Dave of that same year, I believe, 3 years ago. Remember that they said they're gonna be the first county that's probably gonna be bankrupt.
Dale House,
which county?
Dale House. And is he Van Buren?
Van Buren.
Dale House, he's the bald-headed native guy.
Stood up with tears in
I
his
remember
eyes.
it. Yep,
They
I
sold the
remember
county farm to make payroll.
it. Yep, I remember that.
And he was a big burly guy, and he was choking up at the thought of what his county is, but he hated to be the first county in Iowa that had declared bankruptcy. Remember that?
I do.
Exactly.
I remember that. That was what, 2 years ago?
I think so. And you just think, whoa, you know, this can happen like that. You know, you think you have reserves and all of a sudden you've got these expenditures you have no control over, and then they take money away that last year you had. And who can plan for the future when you don't know what you're gonna have? You know, it's like losing your job for us, you know, money's not gonna be coming in that we're used to. And we have
Great point.
plans to spend it.
You know, that's exactly, think about what we've talked about. Sometimes past boards have done things that have affected us
My banking coming in.
negatively, you know, I mean, and I'm sure they didn't plan it.
No.
What they were trying to do was probably beneficial and looked like it would be a good long-term plan. But if we're sitting here and aren't focused on what's going on today, plus what's gonna be on 10 or 25 years,
Next
if
year.
we don't look at that, we're basically derelict in our responsibilities, and we try to, but you got counties out there that are getting forced because of state policy to do things that really, I don't think, it just appears that there's a lot of people up there making rules that have no real idea what the hell we're doing down here. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe somebody's telling them, but it sure don't look like it. I mean, and there's some of them up there. I mean, our governor was a treasurer. You know, there's what Rocky was a supervisor. I mean, there's people, God rest his soul, mind you, but you know, there's been people up there that are, but I mean, do they get up there and just kind of get lost in the confusion and forget to tell people, hey, no, that's going to affect them negatively. Now, Rocky was part of Woodbury, so I mean, a little bit bigger tax base there, you know, but we need probably a better voice from the small counties. I mean, think about Leon County or something like that. They're probably wondering if they're even going to be here next year, you know. I mean, that's got to be tough for a small county like that with such a tiny
I
tax.
think your dad and Mark Segmark kind of alluded to it more in the conversation. It's not so much where you came from, it's just how politics work down there.
True, Kyle.
Dad always told you, he tried to work both sides, but the politics just wouldn't let it.
Right.
And
Mark
that's
Mark
people are
Segmark
still
said if you don't have a
suing each other.
lobbyist, you don't get nothing.
Imagine it now.
That's a great point.
Imagine it now when the sides are so divided.
Yeah.
Maybe we need to help Jamie out some way somehow.
I have sympathy.
I mean, you can bring all the term limits you want, but to you, as long as the lobbyists stay the same, the votes are never gonna change.
No,
As long as the financing stays the same, and I don't mean the financing in the government coffers, I'm talking about campaign finance.
Right.
As long as you don't tie campaign finance and term limits together, you're wasting your breath.
But the lobbyists never change though.
Well, but lobbyists, we're lobbyists. Like when we
But we're elected lobbyists.
what I'm saying, as an individual, when I went up to Washington about the ELDs, I wasn't in government then.
Right.
And I was lobbying, for our perspective as livestock haulers. I mean, we're all lobbyists, so I don't know that you can do away from lobbyists. Maybe you have to regulate size or scope or something like that. I don't know. But to be able to go and say your piece or hire somebody to speak on your behalf, I'm not against that. But when that lobbyist can influence the
You're
officials,
exercising your voice as a citizen.
Yeah.
You're not bringing $1 billion to the table and saying the JBSs and stuff that can fluctuate market by controlling people that have the vote.
well, and then when you can find a nice job after you're done in government,
Yeah, become a president of
Anybody
a
tracking
college somewhere or whatever.
you know, I mean, that seems to affect things because, you know, I don't know.
I would like to see, I don't know if it
I
even
guess
be
that's my
possible,
point.
but, they talk about transparency and we got that mailer we all know is a waste of time and money. But when the state takes our funds, whether it's a speeding ticket, a treasurer, recorder office, they never tell you where they go. Whether they go, I mean, I'm sure we can probably look it up, but all the county funds that go to the state, I'd sure like to know, is there fluff in those state departments that they're paying for a director's salary or admin, or how are they using our funds? How are they using those funds better than we would? And if you knew that and you maybe put pressure on them that, hey, that's all the more reason that we would like to see those funds stay here.
Wouldn't that be fabulous?
Do you not think that our citizens put us in here for a reason? That they think that we're competent enough to handle the checkbook? I mean, we got some that are pretty vigilant, keeping an eye on us. I mean, I'm fine with that. That's why I like the idea of having that here, but I mean, it's like Washington, or like Des Moines, just don't think that we're competent enough to do our damn jobs down here. They aren't really looking at the situation. I don't know, maybe some supervisors are just spending crazies and we're all getting punished for them. I don't know.
Well, Kyle, did you have anything on supervisor reports? I guess I didn't get to you.
No official meetings last week. Just a lot of time spent on budgets. The number that we left here last week with was very concerning to me. That this conversation, maybe that number's changed quite a bit. So hopefully that's good. Other than that, I've been trying to stay up on what's going on down there and how that's going to affect us.
So I think currently the state legislature is waiting for the Department of Management to get them back to tell them, here's the effect of what your bill will actually do. Because I think this week is funnel week, so the bills will
That's probably what.
see what progresses out after this week. Some will die this week.
Yeah, property tax will go.
No, the tax, no.
That's a big campaign issue.
Which, here you I've come to terms with it. I'm not, just gotta figure, we gotta learn that we're gonna have to live it. It's gonna happen. Accept it.
We just don't know what we're gonna be accepting.
Right. So,
So is it gonna be 5 lashes or 10 lashes?
right.
We know there's gonna be lashes, we just don't know.
After 5, they don't hurt anymore.
Okay.
Unfortunately, yeah, and like you all stated, I think they're blinded by the number of votes they're gonna get in the fall. And not truly, I mean, how do I wanna say it, they're acting on voices of their constituents. Nobody wants to pay more property tax.
No. We don't even want to charge it because we're all paying.
But if you ever read some of these threads on the Facebook, when it's talked about, the majority of people have no idea what property taxes are used for.
Yeah.
That's the unfortunate thing. So.
They have how many ideas, how many different angles that property tax pays, whether it's, they just, focus on cities and the county, us five. We're the only.
From what I've gathered, most people think property taxes is what you see in Minneapolis, where just billions of dollars going to fraudulent, supposedly fraudulent learning centers, you know.
Lyrics.
Yeah. So, and it does get, that stuff gets a bad rap to every government entity there is.
But you know, you look at just our public hearings for our budget. And last year when we had a room full of people, they flat out said, we don't have a problem with your guys' budget. We see exactly what it's going for, departments and this and that. And,
You're right, Dave, remember that.
you know, good job. What they were upset about was their assessed values going up.
Yeah.
We don't dictate that.
No.
In fact, we get penalized. And the state would come in and do a broad swipe of reassessing values if we're not within that window.
So we have to spend $800,000 to redo them.
But the state gives us that criteria that we have to live within.
Interestingly enough, that's how much our budget was assumed to be short.
But sometimes it makes you wonder from that perspective. The state has that perspective that says, yeah, if you're out of line, is it 5% that the state's gonna come in and reevaluate? Then why doesn't the state just do that all the time? Why don't they have the Department of Management just do it? And you just get rid of your county assessor and decrease the property tax by whatever levy currently the assessor is assessing for his budget.
I'd like to keep Paul around for a while to clean things up first before they do that.
When you were on the committee, I think you gave we gave numerous ways to save money. On local level, I'm on state level, so maybe some of that will come out in this legislation.
Perhaps.
Perhaps. I mean,
You know, for every dollar you argue to save, though, somebody's arguing to spend too.
We have that right here in our own county.
Well, that's true too. I mean, but I was thinking about if they're in
Right.
Washington. I mean, Washington, it's for every dollar they try to save, somebody wants to spend 10.
I mean, I have it amongst my kids.
Yeah. And you do, I guess. That can't drop this trailer off of the shop.
Get them out of the house. Change totally then, Kyle, when they're going.
Much better.
That's
They're on their own budget.
That's the goal. That's the goal. But here again, property tax and all that comes into play. It's for a young kid to be able to,
I figured out that you did.
well, yeah. I was thinking back about that too. You could buy a starter house for under 20,000 back then.
Yeah, my youngest daughter and her husband just bought a townhome in Rapid City. 1,200 square foot, 2-bedroom, 2-bath, 2-car garage, $295,000.
Wow.
That's probably cheap out there in tourism.
That's one of the cheaper things you can find, because at first I told him, I said, maybe your dad will buy something and just, rent it to you. No, not gonna do that.
That's tourism central out there.
Exactly. And so I would assume their property tax is probably very low,
Because they got, like,
they have
Florida,
other revenue
they
sources.
got tons of revenues.
The state of South Dakota has no income tax.
Look at when you go to Des Moines or someplace and you get a room, look at the hotel motel tax. I just wish we had that.
Anything else, guys?
No, thanks for a
Ben's
good
not
time.
coming up today.
Oh, okay.
Ben was up and kind of mentioned before he didn't really have anything, and he had a meeting or
Region
something.
12 meeting you want to get to.
Thanks for the good conversation.
Yeah.
I really appreciate that.
I don't know if the public thought it was good information, but I always enjoy talking about what affects us. And I think the public needs to know what affects the Board of Supervisors, because if it affects us, it's affecting our county, it's affecting you.
Yeah, exactly.
So next item on the agenda is resolution, elected official compensation. And I think that due to email that we received late last night, And I think due to some other discussions that we've had and the fact that we're gonna have a budget work session with 4 other departments concerning their budget and what we may be able to do to shrink that, it seems like they put the cart before the horse to talk about any compensation that we'd be doing for the elected officials before we do those other things. Any other thoughts or is?
Makes sense to me.
Well, that email last night kind of threw things in a tailspin for me. But also that,
What email are we talking about?
I'm
Are we
sorry,
not
call-
talking in public about it, or?
No, Colin sent out an email to the board of supervisors. I guess I didn't know if he included you
I
or
think it was
not.
about 9 o'clock.
9:45 last night concerning,
Back to the-
Iowa
concerning,
code.
correct, concerning Back the Blue and Brianna Birds.
How that affects the compensation
Attorney
board.
General.
Right, Attorney General opinion and how that may affect other elected official compensation. And there was a lot in there.
A lot.
To digest.
So I guess I will forward that
Can
to
you
you.
share it? I
Yeah.
would appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thanks.
and I
Hard to know
talked
what you're
to,
talking about when you're not really talking about it.
Make
Yeah,
sure
we
it
just
doesn't
assumed,
say
I
it's
just
confidential.
assumed.
Right, I thought he sent it out to
They don't know.
everybody.
These
all the-
people here don't
It
know.
said confidential.
They're in your meeting, so.
But yes, there's an email from Colin about compensation.
we're back to blue and how it could all. Brianna Bird's opinion and of it, how it could
I
be
printed.
tied to all elected
If somebody
official
wants
salaries. So we kind of got to decipher through that. And I talked to Craig Friday.
Is that coming then? How's that coming?
Yeah.
I'm gonna say yes.
Doesn't probably know it's this early though.
Just the fact that if we were still 800 some $1,000 short, how can we justly have, say, how we're gonna act on raises if we're 800,000
I'm
short?
curious what you're talking about, $800,000.
Well, when we left here last Tuesday, we're $822,000 short. That's the impression we all have.
That's the way to answer.
That's not the new budget, that's based on revaluations, isn't it? Well, that's not 27.
No, we have to.
I just refer to it as
No
the.
idea.
Yeah, that's not including the 27 numbers, that's revaluation of this year,
You always keep bringing me these every time I see.
not the new budget.
I mean, we just kind of had the discussion that it doesn't make sense to fund pay raises with
So
reserves.
even if we did, I guess, if that's, I had no idea where we were at, I mean, that even just solidifies my thought process again.
Well, good thing we're having a budget session after this, so we can go through some of those departments. And
Right.
dig into where we are today.
Where's that?
Next item, Zach, you here?
You
Zach
can
here?
grab Colin for the Verizon thing.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. 7 o'clock, I can make that meeting.
Yes.
Well, I was thinking today, today's Fat Tuesday, we stupid.
I hate to break it to you, it's Tuesday.
Not on the agenda.
It's Fat Tuesday.
I guess we can talk this.
Washing. It was a very interesting time of the year in Germany. First of the year through Fat Tuesday. Washing trains, it's just a big train full of people partying. It's a crap one of the weekends. And I'll just go ahead there one.
Collins, for the Verizon.
So is that a done deal?
Got places you can fix that now.
Yes.
It's not a big expense, but no.
to my knowledge, the Verizon agreement should be almost complete, I guess. Colin's on his way over. We spoke with Marcus last week. I think it was like Thursday or Friday, Thursday, about the whole agreement, kind of gave him the board's perspective of what we discussed last Tuesday. And he was going to take it back to his legal personnel at Verizon. So once Colin gets here, I'll let him kind of go through the legality terms of all of that. So they did. So I did counter back to them from the 1400 at 1550, and then we did discuss the notice, the breaking the clause or the agreement notice. Marcus came back and said, after speaking with the legal team, they are on board with honoring the 1550 while keeping the same escalator. As far as the termination language, Verizon will honor the language. However, we would need a minimum of a 2 to 3 year notice. Reason being is that it's how long it takes for us to relocate if need be. Approved by the board, please let me know. So that we can get that submitted as well too. So
I'm okay with that.
That 2 to 3 year notice means they're gonna be there.
right, yeah, they're still making money.
Yeah, and it's basically the whole thing, so we don't sacrifice any control of the tower.
And you're not binding any future board. You know, if they want to get out, they have a way to get out,
There you go.
if they would so choose.
I was happy to give up to the 1550, so
Yeah.
that's only like 3.
At 3%,
Well, so 3%. He said 3%, but there was a miscommunication in their system, so it's not 3%. The escalator will stay same 10% every 5, which
talked about the 2%.
I know it was going
Yeah,
on
originally.
back and forth where you sat, but I think we came up with a pretty.
I think that'll work.
yep, I think so too. It makes me comfortable. We're not giving up control of the tower. We're still making money on it. So, and it's only like $300 less a month. That's what all we're losing out on, going down to 1550. So I think that's $600 a year. I think that's a win for us.
Yeah.
So definitely. But
Well, call it further, or is there something you wanted to bring up?
I don't know what he wants to discuss. I'm just reading the emails, and then like I said, I'll let Colin kind of.
Is Marcus that Verizon guy that you've been talking through this whole thing?
He's like the negotiator between Verizon and us.
Oh, so he doesn't work for Verizon?
He works for
Probably a contract.
like a contractor. Yeah, he's. That's exactly what his
Gotcha.
title was. I can't remember.
So does he make money then from us or from Verizon?
Correct.
Verizon?
Probably like a lot of the other things, how much, like the attorneys that want to fight taxes all the time, I make a percentage of what I say. Yeah.
Mhm. No, good job, Zach. I mean, there was a lot of time
October.
that you
I was wondering.
put into this. And
I wonder when the
you
hell.
know, when
the
you've got
voters-
5 board of supervisors that all have kind of differing opinions, and we got to come together to
Yep.
come up with something that we can all agree on. And then for you to negotiate that, then go back and forth, and you come back and we're not, we want a little bit more, and send you back. So appreciate that, your hard work on that.
The money up front did sound good,
Right. That's
but
just
that little,
yeah.
that little string that was attached.
So Colin, we're talking about the Verizon contract. Was there anything that you wanted to add to
Well, I
that?
sent an email this morning.
Yeah, so I kind of gave them a little bit of a rundown of what we discussed last week with him. I read the emails from him. And this morning it was he thought that we had a 3% turnout. It shows that we have 10%. So it doesn't sound like they're gonna do the 2% annually. No, it's gonna stay with the 10%
Yeah.
every 5, which is whatever, at least they came up on the monthly payment at least. So I don't know if you had any additional.
Well, I was curious, in his email, he said that, you went over, they'll honor a break from the county. But,
2 to 3 years.
the notice is either 2 or 3 years. I asked for clarification of, is it gonna be 2? Is it gonna be 3? Haven't heard back yet. And then he indicated 2-year minimum. Okay, so so it's gonna be at least 2 years, is what he said, notice by the county to break. Which is not as generous as Horizons, because they have the contract, as I remember, had a 30-day notice to quit. He's saying in the email, he thought it said 60 days. But I think the contract language in paragraph 1.
Termination at least 30 days.
Yeah, and so I don't know if they plan on sending a second amended contract out, because, I mean, what's the monthly term in the amended one?
This is the 1400.
Okay, so they'll have to send a new one out with the 1550. So I don't know if they're gonna change the 30-day notice to a 60-day notice on the second amended one,
Yeah, I don't know.
or just, but it'll be 30 to 60-day notice on Verizon's part before a renewal of a 5-year term. Is there a notice to separate under the contract terms? The county, for its part, will do the same with the 2-year notice.
We're okay with that, Calvin. I
Yeah,
think that's fine, as long as we have an out.
yeah, that's kind of exactly what I thought.
So you guys are,
We have a sign.
Yeah, well, we look forward to, I guess we'll get a new contract in the mail then.
Yeah.
Seems like, and
so.
we'll sign up when it becomes appropriate.
Exactly.
Thank you for your time
I would say,
in negotiating.
Now what are you gonna do with all your time?
I would wait till you get it in writing, yeah.
I get it.
So,
Okay.
no take action.
Postpone any action until
Yep.
we get the.
So we get the contract in hand.
Okey-dokey.
Move on, I guess, next item on the agenda before we get into our budget work session would just be citizens input. Anybody here have anything they'd like to bring before the board? Yes, sir.
I go first. I got some printouts.
Okay. Your name?
Yeah, I have, 5 minutes. And
We love printouts.
I might not
Thank you.
have everything
Name
in
on
the
the top,
5 minutes.
Brenda, you'll make sure she gets one, so she can put it in the minutes.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Okay.
Although, I read.
Thank you.
I'm gonna do.
Speed read this real quick?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, so my name is William Enrique Vargas Polito. Why am I here, why I support, and what I am against. I'm a full-time employee at Crawford County Memorial Hospital. I'm a volunteer with the Cairo Fire Department, an active member at Cairo Baptist Church. I'm a proud taxpayer, a husband, and a father of 2 children who's counting. I am writing out of deep concern, not only for EMS providers, but for the safety and long-term well-being of every resident of Crawford County. In recent discussions, I've heard concerns expressed for patients, how we're gonna transfer a patient from CCMH, from Crawford County to the city. Questions from taxpayers, how much more tax will we have to pay if we do a county-wide service? These are important questions. However, I have not heard enough about the EMS employees. I have not heard enough about the community volunteers who carry the cross of this system every single day. A sustainable EMS system cannot exist without supporting the people who make it function. A little bit of background, when I began my employment at CCMH as an EMT back in 2023, my starting wage, this is public information, was over $15 per hour. My understanding is that at Crawford, respectfully, the janitor's compensation is higher than the EMT's. I received small cost of living increase over time, and seeking a greater financial stability for my family, I transferred from the EMS department to the financial office in the hospital. I received around a $1 raise. And after a year in that role, I realized that my true calling is in serving my neighbors through EMS. I am very thankful. Towards CCMH. They gave me a second chance to be part of the EMS department. But I lost that raise that I earned while I was in the office. So I took a pay cut to go back to the EMS. This is the price that I have to pay to serve you as an EMT. This is the price that I have to pay the residents of Crawford County to serve you as an EMS, as an EMT. While CCMH has made improvements in staffing, there is still significant room for growth and long-term stability. This should not be framed as a conflict between CCMH and volunteer agencies, nor should it become political. EMS serves everyone. It doesn't recognize race, gender, color, language, or background. I represent the diversity in this community. I represent the role model for my children or for the youth of Crawford County. I represent the provider who feels responsibility even when I'm off the clock. The volunteer who must arrange EMS coverage for his own town before visiting my family in a neighboring community. Too often when there is no second call coverage available, something happens. I cannot say every day, every time, but it's too often. Something happens. We have seen example of this past rollover near Leslie on Sunday night. CCMH had another call. Kyron got dispatched just yesterday, my last shift that I worked. We didn't have a second call for the night shift. We had to we held a patient to the next morning to today so he can go to the city this morning versus last night. These situations highlight the vulnerability in our current system. I am very grateful for all the opportunities that CCMH has provided to me and my other peer employees, including employee benefits, tuition reimbursement, because I am attending to medical school today, thanks to CCMH. However, that support require me to sign a 2-year contract and waiving a $5,000 bonus upon paramedic certification. This is a sign-on bonus that I have to waive, that if a new hired paramedic gets hired, then he will receive this $5,000 bonus. I have to waive that. And my understanding is that early resignation or termination will require a payment back of the tuition cost that is totaling about $8,000. And of course, missing out on the $5,000 bonus sign on. While I am thankful for this assistance, it does not cover national certification testing fees, miles per gallon, vehicle maintenance, uniforms, or other education-related expenses. Even with this support, there is no additional compensation that reflects the investment required to obtain and maintain EMT and paramedic certification. Community Council Bluffs for Medical School and soon to be doing right along some more training at different facilities while supporting my family has been financially challenging. So many sacrifices made by EMS providers that the public is not aware of. EMTs and paramedics complete rigorous training, maintaining ongoing continuing education, assume significant medical and legal responsibility when treating a patient. Yet wages often do not reflect the level of skill, liability, decision-making required. The outcome is predictable. Difficulty recruiting providers, inability to retain trained providers, increased reliance on a already trained volunteer system. Additionally, in a hospital setting, the EMTs and paramedics are frequently assigned to non-EMS duties within that emergency room, inpatient and inpatient areas, cleaning rooms, assisting outside of primary scope practice, covering various roles, including sometimes security guards at night. Teamwork is very essential in healthcare. We all understand helping where needed. That's what we are in EMS. However, when these responsibilities consistently replace training time, skills practice, equipment checks, readiness preparation, the morale suffers and burnout increases. In emergency medicine, preparedness is not optional. It's the difference between life and death. Where readiness is compromised, the entire county assumes the risk. Equally concerning is the limited focus on strengthening and supporting our county volunteers in that system. These departments respond to calls, fill coverage gaps, and protect residents when other resources at CCMH are unavailable. Volunteers should be treated as essential partners in planning the future for EMS in Crawford County. Conversations are already taking place between communities such as Kyra and Deloitte about joining forces due to declining volunteers numbers. That alone signals a sustainability issue and should be viewed as a serious warning. This is a red flag. This is no longer an operational concern. It is a system sustainability issue. For the reason, I respectfully request that the board place the EMS essential services resolution on an upcoming agenda so that an EMS advisory council can be formed. This council will bring together volunteers, EMS providers, county leadership, hospital leadership to educate the public and develop a responsible path forward for establishing EMS as essential service in Crawford County. We have the opportunity to build a reliable system before failure forces action. Proactive planning is far better than reacting in the wake of a preventable crisis. Crawford County residents deserve dependable emergency medical care, and the providers serving the residents deserve a system designed to succeed and not one that is barely surviving.
Thank you, William. Any questions from any board member they'd like to ask? William, I was just gonna ask you, when you started at $15 an hour, what year was that? 2023? Okay. Thank you. Very well thought out, considerate thoughts. Any board member have any questions for William?
It's pretty low. You hit all the high spots, so.
Okay. Thank you again. Anybody else from the public would like to? Corey?
There's a big difference between William and I as a student. He came prepared. I did not. I'm winging everything.
You'll be fine.
So you're the teacher.
I'm here. 10 years ago, we stood here, exact same room, only a couple of you were on board. You guys were not. We had the same exact problems that we brought up that time. The board at that time stated, go to the hospital, try to figure this out. So we went to the hospital, went to the meeting, tried to get on the agenda, did not get allowed to be on their agenda. That's a problem. This is the whole county, not just one service. So 10 years goes around, we're still fighting the thing, getting worse. So we brought this up again recently, and last April, we had that meeting, and it was brought up at the last meeting, which obviously I was not here, I was vacationing, but it was brought up about that survey that was done at the EMS Association meeting. That meeting had more people than I've ever seen at an EMS meeting the whole time I've been part of it, 15 years. The volunteer squads were upset about a lot of things, and the questions were brought up. CCMH led the way. I don't know if you've seen these yet. These are the results from that survey.
When was this taken?
April of 25.
This was the Menti.
Yep. So, no, this was just one. 20 minutes ago.
Catch up.
Yeah, so you guys can read through them all you want. My main focus on the surveys are, these are the responses from everybody in the county, not just Manila, higher end, everybody. The first responder groups, you can read through them, we don't do it right now. Number one thing I want to mention from last meeting that I did not feel got brought out was this was not led by EMS by any means. This was not Zach pulling it out of the hat. There's a few things he pulls out of his hat, but this was not it. This was led by the county. Right here, this is 10-year. We've been fighting it for a long time and it's not getting better. I just want to verify that because I feel that sometimes he's being attacked for it and it's not him by any means. It's everybody else. So a lot of things were said last week that really upset me. I was trying to watch it on Zoom, but it didn't work the best. Yeah. So the wages. She brought up how paramedics are making over 100,000. One of them is making over 100,000. The rest of them, 76, 59, 73. That's one problem. EMTs are anywhere, 35,000. There is a 76,000, but she worked a lot also. I think delaying the public hearings is a bad idea because you cannot set up what is being brought up that we're not getting all the groups together. This is not like we're recreating the wheel. This has already been done by other counties. And we're following the lead of what they've done. We've had these meetings. We've had the assessments done by the county, all the county agencies. The steps need to be done in time so we can have it put on the ballot in November if it gets to that point. But remember, these public hearings do not put this on the ballot. This is just the steps to get to that point for the resolution to get done. Even if it doesn't happen this year, it can happen next year, but the resolution has to be in place. So if we go and wait till April, and then you're gonna have one mid-April, well, now we're already into May, we're not gonna get this done. There's no way, it's impossible. Even if we figure out there's a plan and maybe we fix CCMH's ambulance problem in the meantime. But we have to get this done now if we have any shot at it. There's no way around.
We have a timeline up there, and I was trying to get it to go with the timeline of when we needed to have the next public hearing. And
Right.
but-
So getting this done, get the public hearings in place, sets up that advisory committee, which brings everybody to the table. CCMH is on that board. Shelby County had the sheriff on there. One of the supervisors, the hospital of Virtue was in there. It's not like they're not gonna be a part of it. And this is not put on the ballot and says, yes, this will work. The plan doesn't need to be presented to the public right now. No reason. This is putting a group of people together to figure out what's the best course of action.
That's the reason advisory.
Exactly.
It's in the name.
We obviously you guys see the same people around these boards. Joe, I, whoever. It's the same people all the time. Neither one of us have to be on this advisory committee. By any means.
I would prefer you were.
I guess that's where I got. I'm missing stuff. I'm sorry. I'll figure it out in 10 minutes. I mean, that's right. Just, I feel you need to push this through, get it done, put it on the agenda next week. Let's keep this thing moving. And if it doesn't go to ballot on November, it doesn't go to ballot on November. That's right.
So I guess just to refresh my memory, the process, when you said that just us having the 3 public hearings doesn't put it on the ballot.
Right.
What is the exact process that puts it on? After we do our 3 public hearings, what's the next process before it can go on the ballot?
Until September, right?
That's what I was,
September's when it gets put on the ballot.
Don't ask me, I
Your
don't
last
have
sheet
that
on
stuff
that
in front of me.
I mean, I thought
Right
it was
up there.
September was our date.
Yes, it's the last sheet on the packet, has everything Zach handed out last week. So page that.
So what can you guys do? I guess I just, it seems like to me, I don't know exactly what's the purpose of speeding it up? I mean, we kind of announced already when we were gonna have our second hearing.
You can't do any cost analysis right now, you can't have your town hall meetings, you can't set up that advisory committee, because it's gonna take planning to get this sold to the public, obviously. So if you wait till May, June, July, August, your 10 towns you gotta be a part of, have multiple meetings in. I mean, that's a lot of stuff to get done over the summer, especially. Wintertime's a lot easier to get things like that done. So, everybody's traveling, scheduling things, weddings and everything, I mean, you're not gonna have enough time.
Why it needs to happen. So that's why we're trying to.
Yeah, 56 days, I don't really kind of understand why we put that second up. I mean, public hearings are just so that the public can come and inform
Absolutely.
Ask
us,
questions.
the 5 of us, what the public, what they feel. I mean, how many times we say, it sure be nice to have more input. Well, at three public hearings will give them a chance at least.
And we're 10 months from that survey from everybody happening. This is not something new. This has been happening for 10 months. This has been in the process. This isn't, I would say we're not speeding it through because it's been happening.
Because it seemed like we kind of left it at the last meeting that, I guess you make a good point about the advisory council, but it seemed like our advisory board that seemed like we wanted more direction, that it seemed like they didn't know what they wanted to do moving forward to present to the public. And you're saying the only people that are going to do that is that board that's going to do that. It's not going to be negotiations between, I'll just say, Zach and the hospital to say, hey, what can we do better? What can we do different?
I
What can
feel,
you're saying that
after rewatching the meeting last week, I feel the cart got moved in front of the horse. It was following along as the steps that every other county has done. Now it's gone the opposite.
Can I interject?
Yeah, go ahead.
I will say, when I got on, that's when was your best EMS, your EMS court, that court.
Rachel?
No, the horse. Musgrave. He asked if I'd be on here. No, Musgrave.
Okay.
He asked if I'd be on that EMS. And that was when I first got on. And I've been watching them actually fight this since I got on. I mean, so this isn't something new. I mean, And I say fight, discuss this. And then you'd see sometimes it was literally a hot discussion, so that's why I used the fight. They've been trying to work with the hospital, and I think the hospital's been trying to work with them. But, you know, it would just, you get to like stagnant standstills when, you know, and nothing got moved forward. And in the meantime, our volunteer force has been depleted. I mean, and I've been on it 5 years now. And in that, so half the time that you guys have been actually dealing with this, I've watched the Charter Oaks EMTs. How many do we have? I mean, I've watched the entire emergency services, the medical services across our county deplete. And we do rely on our volunteers a lot. You know, got a great force in Manila, great force down in Dow City. Kyron's building a great force up there. We'd like to actually see one over on the east side of the county, you know, to kind of finish out coverage, quick coverage everywhere in the county at any time that would assist the hospital. Nobody's ever wanted to, you know, I think what I read is this part of the force is desperate because they're watching their numbers diminish. Luckily, we got an EMA, and the reason EMA keeps getting drug into this is it's their job as the EMA to coordinate the entire emergency service force. However, it's his training. He's a paramedic. He can train. You know, I mean, he's skilled to do that. So I think they reach out to him for help with the EMS side because of his abilities, not because of his position. And I think that's what I've grasped in 5 years. So if you want from where we sit, what I've seen, I think both sides have tried to communicate, and then it gets to a standstill and nothing moves forward. And now these guys have seen the depletion of their force. And quite frankly, I think that there's panic in their heart. What do we do when we don't have this? And somebody over in Vail or somebody down in Arion can't get emergency help within the hour because an ambulance here is deployed to Omaha with a transfer or something, you know, and all of a sudden we're losing people. I mean, it's what I screamed to Zach about preparation. You know, the old paratrooper. We got to prepare for the worst, you know, and I'm just a redundant voice in his ear that he's already got of his own. But I mean, I think that's what this task force or whatever you want to call it yourself, the EMS Association, I think that's what they're trying to do is prepare us for worst case scenario, and we're not there.
So once, yeah.
I just had, Zach, do you know, just for my knowledge, was there a 10 and 20 day window between public hearings for posting it? Or did you go back to post? I know we did already post our second one, but even for the third one.
I think the only stipulations were for the first.
What's the first one?
And it was 60 days.
Which we did.
Right, and there is no more postings,
Okay.
no more publications.
Okay, so we can have the second and the third back to back if we chose.
Correct. Yep. You could move the second up take any time within the next. Because we already did the initial posting for the first one.
You just need it on the agenda to set
Get it
time
back
and date
to-
for the hearing.
Keep in mind, the first initial public hearing had to be amended as well too, to meet the 60-day requirement for publication. So it's been amended.
And like I said, I just asked, I just want to double check.
Yeah, there's nothing for the second and the third, they can be the second.
We just
But we have still posted on the agenda, correct?
Right.
So we could go ahead and have it next Tuesday.
we'd have to
But no,
We'd have to
post it
post
on
you could have it on the agenda to set time
to
and
set time
date
and date
and have
next
it the
Tuesday.
next Tuesday.
Okay.
So it'd have to be a week
It
after.
doesn't
You
move the
cannot
second,
have it next
Yeah.
Tuesday.
but we should have it on the agenda.
We can do that.
Which would have been more sufficient.
We can have it on, right, next week to set it. But, and once again, Corey, I guess my thought when we had the meeting a week ago was that a plan would be in place before, if you want to say before the public hearings would be done. And what you're saying is no, the public hearings are done first, then the advisory council is formed.
Because everybody's gonna
And
know.
the advisory council has all these different players on it and they come up with it.
Right.
Gotcha.
And Craig, that's in my memory, that's why we backed it up.
That's why we backed up, because we thought they were gonna get together.
Right.
So I had a motion out there to have it, and then there was all that conversation to change it. So we did try to get a motion to set the time and date.
Gotcha. I was misunderstood then as to the process.
So we're back on track.
Right.
Thank you.
If you remember, one more bit. If you remember, we sat here when we hired you, and Aaron sat here and said, you guys can have it. So this is not us pulling it out of anywhere. It was brought out in here, sitting at this table when we hired you. The other thing I'd like to mention, if one individual said over there states that a hospital-based paramedic is better than a fire-based paramedic, you can go other places. Most of the world is fire units. Okay? A lot of it. So that is a horrible statement.
So with Corey, you've been involved in it your whole life, practically, or since you've been an adult. But how does this moving forward? How does this moving forward affect the volunteers that we currently have in the county?
Well, I think it'll help. I mean, obviously they hired the EMS coordinator. He's a good guy. He's coming in well. I hope they give him the support he needs to fix it. But we've gone through how many EMS coordinators in 15 years? A lot. They get going, and they get pulled back. So, and that person is who I would go to, Joe would go to, Kyron goes to for opinions. I mean, there's only so much we can do as a volunteer. We need to know how it is done other places also. So if we don't have a good communication with that, I also feel we should have been a part of that hiring. I mean, that person is who we deal with. The image trend, anything we deal with, that is the person.
That's a great point.
Why not?
Excellent point.
They were part of the hiring EMA, why can't we be a part of that position?
Image trend is our run reporting system. If you guys don't know what image trend is,
Type reports in,
we have to put all our reports into a state
that's what the
system.
state looks at, it's a big deal.
Similar to what the fire chiefs have to do.
The same thing.
Yes.
Same thing.
It's very similar.
Well, ultimately, and you're right, Corey, just to have the second and third public hearing and resolution to form it, it still has a long ways to go. I mean, it has to get voted on and approved and implemented. So, I mean, there's a long time that between what we're talking about today and getting there.
Right.
A lot of things have to happen.
Right, I wasted my 5 minutes.
By September 4th.
I would challenge that you wasted them.
Well, yeah.
I come in even less organized than Corey because my computer crashed this morning.
I know, guy.
He's pretty busy though.
I'm not trying to toot my horn. In May, I start my 39th year with fire EMS. Corey said this problem's been going on for 10 years. This problem's been going on way longer than that. 10 years ago, him and I kind of led a deal to try to, like he said, come to the board. We were told to go to the hospital. And we went to the hospital and we were met with personal attacks on our persons. I have a letter from HR from the hospital that threatened that I wouldn't be able to re-enter the building if I didn't stop making certain statements. Still have that today. Corey covered a lot of things that I had on my thing, but I got some statistical facts just for my service, Dow City. 42% of our call volume last year was covering outside of our district, meaning coming into Denison and covering calls that they weren't able to. 20% of the time, there was no paramedic or ALS tier service available for our total call volume. That was in 2025. In 2024, 23% of our calls were outside of our call district. We had a larger call volume in 2024, which brings that number down a little bit, but it's still a huge number. Or covered the statement about the paramedic making $100,000. That paramedic was working 80 to 100 hours a week to make $100,000. William's statement about $15 an hour as a starting wage. They can go to Walmart and stock shelves for $15 an hour and not go to any schooling, not volunteer any time. not donate the time. What is the paramedics class right now for time? How many hours?
I'm doing Thursdays all day, and 2 hours on Zoom. Thursday all day, 2 hours on Zoom on Tuesday. Then we're gonna start going. We need to put in, I think, 100 hours ER time for training. I'm not sure if it's 16 or 60 hours in an operation room for training. And then capstone hours also, like being the paramedic under the supervision of a certified paramedic.
All donated time.
So the hospital doesn't pay you for the time that you put in?
They are not allowed to be paid for that classroom time.
Do they pay for the class itself?
I received a $8,000, it's called tuition reimbursement.
So you're limited to 8,000. If it's over that, then it's out of your own pocket?
8,000 is just for the class,
That pays for the class.
just for the teacher, to be sure.
His
Testing.
expenses for driving to Sioux City or wherever his class may be are on him.
Yeah.
His testing is on him. National testing is on him. So, something I found in the last couple days is, being the Crawford County Hospital has that ambulance-based service. There is certain things that cannot be billed because it's a county-based system, a county hospital-based system. If it brought away from the county hospital, there's other areas that can be billed to help with reimbursement of, to the ambulance service. And going back to my numbers, in our call volume this year, 50% of our calls are to Denison to cover calls in the Denison area or outside of our district that they didn't have second call available. I'm with Corey, I'm forgetting a lot of things.
But that's not how it was. I'm assuming those districts were set up just to cover in that specific district when they were designed. Were they designed to travel outside of the district, or did they kind of see,
No.
here's some empty spots we got, if we could just have somebody in this district just to cover that district?
They're kind of designed so you get the closest service to your residents, you know.
Which makes sense.
To be fair, I think Dow City and Manila originally bought, their communities bought and paid for their ambulances so they could have their ambulances closer. How did that work?
The way the billing works for call is you get paid by loaded mile. Well, I'll use Manila, for example. We drive up here for a fall in town. We get paid from when we pick them up to the hospital. How far is that?
2 miles. 2 to 3
2
miles.
miles. Don't pay the bills real well.
That's exactly what we get to.
So you're saying when you mentioned about the billing, that's the difference about the
Who sets
hospital?
that? Is that code or is that?
That's set through our billing companies.
Well, no, not through the billing companies above them, it's
Yeah.
through the insurance companies.
Right.
You know, when we
We're
were,
allowed to bill for.
we were actually talking about unfunded mandates. That's an unfunded mandate on their community.
There's another one.
The-
Gotta stand up.
The cities,
Yeah, so I want to say that I'm very new to these. I'm very NEO certified and everything, but I know that our department decided to be a transportation agency. At first, we only had 2 EMRs, and then outcome patients started at the most basic CPR stuff before the paramedic shows up. You know, the first person that shows up is going to determine the outcome of the patient, but being a transportation agency helped the department to subsidize, to have an income for the department, because there is no other income from the department of fundraising that I'm aware of. I don't know.
For the EMS side.
Yeah.
for a non-transport service, they can't bill for anything. So they rely on donations and fundraising to support their first responders. That's all I say. The transport services, Manila, Kyron, Dow City, and Crawford County can bill the insurance companies. Vale, Westside, Charter Oak, Deloitte, they're unable to bill anything for anything. Not for their supplies that they use or whatever.
Cairo, we have 4 EMTs, we have Mega, okay, 6 EMTs and you advanced EMT, so Mega now has some permission to get some medicines, some meds at a higher level of care than EMT, because maintenance is broken.
Interesting.
didn't know that.
And reiterate what Corey says, or Corey said also, and you guys have talked about, we cannot move forward with that advisory committee until we have these resolutions done. And we cannot form a formal group until that point. The formal group will include more than just this group of complete volunteers that have got together and said, we need to help make this thing better. That's why we're here talking to you guys some more, to try to advance and move this forward.
So, and just a quick, you mentioned the insurance companies are kind of dictating this whole thing. So the insurance companies only pay distance that you travel, they don't pay.
We come up and pick up somebody from this point right here, we get paid for loaded miles from right out here to the hospital.
And they don't
We
pay
get nothing
anything?
from Dow City to
Right,
that point
but-
and back to Dow City.
And they don't pay anything for the time of the EMT person
No.
that they spent. The insurance company doesn't pay you that, they just pay.
Rate depending on the level of care. ALS, BLS, whatever, it's a different rate.
To be fair, I mean,
We're acting in
the
the
paid staff, they
Yeah.
get paid per hour, the volunteers aren't.
The hospital staff is getting paid for the hours that we do.
And you guys aren't able to bill the volunteers, the hours that you're in the ambulance.
I would hate to know the number of hours per year that I walk away from my jobs.
John Mapleville, Fire Chief. I came even less prepared than Joe.
I'm noticing a trend here.
It's gonna be real bad by the bottom. I think you gotta get where we're coming from, that we need to push this public hearing forward to get the advisory committee established to answer the questions that were brought up last. We're kind of at a standstill moving forward to answer those questions or determine a better path until we get that.
We've noted that we are going.
I figured you got that by now, but that's why I'm here.
Yeah, appreciate it very much because as you know, last week was kind of our first public hearing for people to hear what's going on.
Right.
And we're doing everything. I was trying to keep on schedule here because we have a nice laid out schedule somebody gave me. But we'll get back on track. How's that? So, sorry for the time that we lost, but we'll get it back.
Yeah, we'll have it on the agenda next week to set the public time and place. And so I would assume it would be the week following. So next week's the 24th. So it'd be March, what, 1st or 2nd or 3rd? It'd be March 3rd. That we'd have it on. We could have set the next, we could also have an agenda, set the next one and have it on the 10th. So we'll speed it up.
Yep.
I appreciate the input.
Yep, have to have it all done by September 4th, according to my timeline.
Anybody else?
I could add to it, but I think
I'd like to thank everybody for their personal passion. Obviously, none of you stand to gain financially in any great measure here. But you do, but our communities do stand to basically benefit from building a better force with the experience of the people that we currently have. So thank you so much for what you do. I appreciate your passion as much as I can. Thank you.
Well, it's true public service. We talk about it.
And we're
Yes,
talking-
sir.
If we're done with that, I want to mention one other thing.
Okay.
Completely different side of the field. In 2020, 3 years ago. It was, I tell you, it was August of approximately 2023. We were called to a person trapped within a that situation, sorry, I'm a little emotional, I knew that fellow really well. From that situation, I see that we have no equipment in Crawford County to do anything other than a lot of manual labor. So myself and I contacted Corey and a couple other people. I started a program to try to get some grain rescue equipment within this county, more grain rescue, specifically grain vacs. Unfortunately, we had another one just a week ago, 10 days ago. We were through grants, all grant money. We were able to purchase one grain vac and more equipment for that. This is an ongoing thing. We're working on building a training prop down there at the training center. You see the grain bin with the grain leg and everything. That's consuming a lot of the money that we're trying to gain through grant money. I've got a couple of them that tell me to come back and get more money when I need more money, but I hate to keep hitting that same source and you know, make them fund all of that. I'm trying to do this completely on grant money, and we would like to put a second vac somewhere within the county. I don't know exactly what station is going to have room to house that. The one right now is at my station in Dow City within a trailer, and we hook onto it, we take off. So.
Is that all self-contained, you know, you got,
What's that?
does that have its own engine that it runs?
Yes, it's all self-contained, it's Polar gas-powered motor. It's just something that I'm working on too. Also, Corey's been helping with it. The cost of $38,000 is what that vac costs. Wow. And there's some dispute on whether we need a bigger one than what that system is, and I was supposed to have numbers last week so I could discuss this more with some of the next, I think that one's rated at 750 bushel an hour. The next one's rated at 100 or 1,000 or 1,200, and we add $15,000-$20,000 to the price of that. Just for the back itself, not. And then we're gonna need a bigger trailer and or some bigger way to transport that. Like I say, I'm not saying that I'm coming here asking you guys for money, but someday we may come here and ask for some support from the supervisors to do some more with that. And I understand that that's, you know, not a fast process. It's gotta be budgeted for and everything else.
Yeah. All right.
Well, when they show up with the back, which, you know, there's already been a problem, but $750 an hour isn't even gonna load a grain trailer.
No.
But so that actually, I mean, it's better than using a shovel. But by the same token, I mean, for emergency services, I appreciate that you're trying to get bigger. I mean, and a family that's got somebody trapped in the bin will obviously appreciate if we had something a lot bigger, you know, and is there, I mean, here would be a question, is there anything, a lot of the elevators, I mean, I remember my uncle who had a grain dealer's license, even had his own grain vac. Is there anything you can work out? I mean, I know that when we do fire service stuff, there's all the safety considerations you've got to throw in there, you know, but is there any way to even work that where if Charter Oak Ag per se has a great, nice grain vac, can you basically recruit them for an emergency situation?
We do.
Okay.
Once we have that going, we call at least 3 different people last week that had vacs coming. God forbid there become mechanical failure on the system we're using.
Exactly.
Well, they called back on the way through that call. They heard it, knew what was going on. I Anderson took off the one.
Okay, well, it's great.
And 750 gallon or bushel an hour, you know, doesn't sound like much, but when we put those tubes around the person, we did a training in Dow City shortly after we got the deal. I was the dummy. They buried me in the grain, got up to my chest. They put the boards, grain grid rescue tubes, proper term, in around me, and we got the back up and set up and backed it out in under 2 minutes. They had me back down to my shin area to where I could step on a step and step on. So 750 bushels an hour doesn't sound like a lot, but we're not moving a lot of bushels once we get those grain bin tubes around that.
They were just thinking about the 50,000 bushel bins and stuff, and somebody's trying to walk on crust. And that's the only reason I said that. Otherwise, I mean, I appreciate what you do have.
Yeah, well, like I say, it's something. It's not the complete answer to what we're working forward, but and every situation is different. That one out there, that first one that I mentioned was a completely different situation. We had a 15 to 20 foot wall of rotten corn standing up here, and this side was completely empty. We got it's a 90 or 100 foot bend. We've got corn sliding from the outside wall all the way towards the center, and being there's no weight over here, it kept pushing our tubes over as we were trying to get stuff put around him to be able to vacuum out. So there, we don't have the complete answers. We're working on trying to make.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Joe. The vac is more to perform the rescue itself. If you have a large vent, the fastest way to empty it's cut hose.
Yeah.
You're not gonna get a vac big enough to suck that vent out. The fastest way to start cutting hose.
That's all. Sometimes you gotta back away from them holes too, though, correct?
Or like the last one we were at, I mean, you just had a lot of manpower there and a lot of fish shovels.
Yeah.
And then you got the crew with the vac working to get to the victim and do what they have to do. So just kind of.
Well, I'm not trying to hear what you're doing. I know you guys know how to do your job. I just wondered what kind of tools.
Thank you for clarifying that,
Yeah.
because I was thinking.
Excellent. Thank you. Thanks, Joe. Obviously, that's a concern for everybody.
Like I said, there's one in Von David. There is, that's the only one that I know that's owned by a fire department. Other than that, it's independent farmers, co-op elevators or whatever that we're calling.
Anybody else have any input during our citizens input time? Anybody on Zoom? If not, we will recess. Let's just take 5 minutes. We'll come back and start our budget work session.
All right.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
I'll take it. Don't take that.
It didn't match the two, and I was just questioning it.
Yeah, that's because there was always like 500 bucks.
I just
Yeah,
didn't.
you can see the history before that, 500.
I guess just caught my eye with the two giant
Yeah,
together, and it's like, was that a just critical error on your behalf?
No, I just added the grant to what we normally put in there.
I mean, one of the reasons certainly that we look at conservation is just that, I mean, looking at your budget from last year to next year, increase is 4.5%, which isn't a large increase, but just the dollar amount that conservation spends, it makes it worth our while to, I think, look at it, see if there's any savings that we could possibly have. And I think we're just on the, I have one question on the, I'm gonna make sure I find that again. It had to do with the part-time salary, extra help and part-time. It seemed like, was there two columns that kind of said that? Gosh darn it, I wish I'd highlighted that. Because you've got the first one I see on page 2 is the 82,701 that you have budgeted. And then I was just like, it seemed like I saw where it was listed again. And if that was something different.
Maybe you did the same thing I did.
Did I go to the supplemental? Maybe did I end up doing that? Is that why where it had to do with the benefits?
You went to REAP, I think. There's a.
Yes, I went to
you went
general,
to A different fund.
Yeah, I think you're in the, on page, because I did.
yes.
Yeah, REAP has the same type of, like,
Okay, yeah, I'm on page 67 of 104 on the bottom, the very top. And that just comes out of resource enhancement protection.
yeah, REAP is, it's that separate fund. So I always put a little in there. Technically, I could use some of that for education, like environmental education. That's a like you can only use that for certain things.
So how do you get money into the REAP? Is that just through?
We get a certain amount from the REAP each year. There's a per capita and a per person.
And that comes from the
It's
state?
two
or
separate
what?
checks, yep.
Okay.
It comes from the state and it's usually around like 11,500. It depends on how they fund it down at the state house. So if they put like 12 million in REAP
right
down in Des Moines, we usually get around that 11 to 11,500 if I'm remembering correctly. And then those checks have to go into that REAP fund. And then when we spend it, it can only be used for certain things. Environmental education is one. You could use it to buy a piece of ground for, the public or something like that.
So where does it show the REAP income coming in on the revenue side?
It should be there.
Same fund. 23. Revenue, 23, revenue. 1150, 11,500 is what we have budgeted. Been pretty consistent the last couple of years.
Yeah. It's always the
That's
same.
just the one line. And then there's interest, of course.
Yeah, it's always this.
Okay.
The only way that ever changes, what we get from the state, is if the state house says instead of 12 million or whatever they pick, we're gonna do, I think the max they can do is like 22 million or something, which has never been done as far as I know. So say they did 22 million instead of 12, we would get, 20, 21,000 from that or whatever, somewhere in there. Because it goes off of how much of that is.
So in order to get the REAP money, do you have to like put those numbers in that budget and present it to the state, or?
We do a REAP report every fall. And then I'll be honest, Jody fills it all out. I look at it, she double checks it, looks at it. And basically to get that money, you have to spend 22 cents per 1,000 valuation. So like if our budget got cut down to like nothing and we got under that 22 cents that we're spending, we would not get that.
Another unfunded mandate.
I mean, we're way over there. Albuquerque County back in the day used to be the one, like some small counties, they would like get it down to the penny or very close to hit that 22 cents to get that REAP money. I mean, last time we figured it, I think it was, I don't know, it was like 40 cents. We were at 40 cents, which is obviously well above the 22 cents per 1,000 valuation. Back in the day, like the Manchester here, they tried to keep it like 48 to 50 cents.
Okay. Do you know where you're at today?
I'd have to look at that report, but I looked at it, I think it was in around the 40-cent range, if I'm remembering right. But I mean, she would have it on the report, or I'd have it out in my office or whatever. I don't remember off the top of my head, but I won't swear to it, but I think it was around that 40 cents.
That's the REAP report.
Does it have it in there? He was asking what it's got 40 cents or something like that.
I don't know.
I'd have to look. I mean, it's in there somewhere.
I mean, when EMS was going to levy the 75, Zach, how much did that 75-cent levy?
Over $1 million.
Did that create over $1 million?
$1,051,000.
$1,051,000. So just over $1 million, you're at 960,000. So I'm guessing you're pushing 70 cents.
I mean, it should be on that sheet somewhere, I think.
It's based on probably just the.
Maybe you're right.
So I mean, it's not based on your total budget that you're presenting of
No.
960.
No, it's got to be actual, like tax asking. That's your tax asking, basically, if I'm remembering right. So like your revenue comes off that, your revenue.
So levy per 1,000 for county conservation purpose support, 32 cents.
Yeah, there you go. The act technical number saw a little high.
I wonder how they come up with that. Huh, interesting.
It's not just money you spend. I think it has to be actual tax money. Like it can't be, grants don't count for that.
things like that. It has to be actual tax money being spent on conservation. So that's why it would be different. Like your
So
revenue,
it's probably just the general fund and the supplemental fund,
and I think your revenue would come off that as well.
probably.
So we've taken 280,000 in revenue, that comes right off of that, you know, your cents per thousand.
Yeah, it doesn't, I was just curious if it matched up to budget with that
So
number,
the-
that 824,000.
Yeah, that's going off a much lower number than just the budget.
Right.
Your place on, or on the family insurance sheet.
I'm not. Let's see, Kelly is, Jody is, Lakener is, Bryce is. Sure, unless I'm forgetting somebody. Yes, I'm not. Connor's not, Jordan's not. Seems right. Yeah.
The only reason that I asked that is it's one of the things that we kind of looked into a little bit when looking at the estimate. Right here, yeah. It's margin, I don't know. So we've got set aside 94,000 for health insurance, and we got another 32 for health insurance.
They split that. The admin, so me and Jody, is separated from all the other, that's why there's two different ones.
So this 32,
That should be Jody at full, or family, and me at single.
oh, single, okay. And then this one is 3. We're thinking about 30. What does single cost?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I've got the sheet here. Let's see.
Well,
Single, well, your HSA is like $800 a month, it looks like.
That the county pays.
Difference is.
Well, it depends on which, there's the employer regular and your employer HSA.
HSA, right.
I mean, one's
Cost the
776
county
and
the
one's
same.
800.
Cost the county the same.
800, okay. And then what do you have down for family? And I know those are levels too. Just trying to
It's like,
that math.
what I have here is the family is 1824 for regular and 1876 for HSA, which I don't believe, and I don't know that I don't think any of the family ones are on the HSA. I don't think.
Yeah, this is our current year. This
All
is-
right, just kind of some numbers to look at to see how we got our math. So, all right. Who took you first since we knew we were?
Just asking.
And then on your salary, increases for manager and what did you tell us that they were gonna?
Everyone's 4 except Jody and Lakener. I doubled that.
Right,
Budget.
but it's still shortage.
It's still,
That's what
and it'll still draw down our funds.
Yes.
But going into next year's.
And Lakener's, like, he could be the Ida County director, like, for the third
That's
time
based off of our
and make
evaluation.
way more money. If he wanted to, he just doesn't want to live in Ida County and he likes it here. Like, if he leaves, we're gonna have to get someone to apply, if we even do,
So what's his
You're-
title?
Right.
operations manager.
Operation.
He's basically the
Not our expenses.
head park ranger, he also, I mean, he helps everywhere, but he's the operations manager.
And he's been here about how
They were
long?
at 700,000.
He's been full-time since I took over director, so that's 2014.
Long time.
And he was here a few years before that as either 1 year's part-time, permanent part-time, and then he was summer kid for a few years.
Okay. Comes
So
to
he's
work
been here
every
around
day, does what he has to do, and,
Yeah, I mean, he's my number one guy.
all right.
I mean, it's not even close, if I'm being honest.
Number one guys. All right, I had that written down, I was checking my numbers, it seems like a long time since I wrote that down, I think I wrote it down.
Yeah. I just dig through my phone.
So then you had yourself at work?
That's what we're kind of, where we need a.
Because I had, when I just looked on your page 63 of 104, that front, the first page, you know, if I just do the regular salary, official salary, from 73.35 a year ago to 73.159 is 4.3%. And then the one underneath that, regular salary office manager That's from 46,040 to 49,735 is 6.5%. So I just didn't know who, I would assume one of those includes Lakeland if he's at 8.
Lakener would be
Down below.
put in the regular,
So he's not in either one of those two.
he doesn't have his own line. no.
He's on regular salary, official salary, 220.
Down by the part-time salary line,
Yeah, he's in with all the others,
the 235.
the other full timers. And when I do the figures for the,
But
like I get the numbers from Amy. You know what the hourly rate is, and take time 1.08 for Jody and Lakener and 1.04 for everyone else.
We didn't figure that one in, that plus 14%. I didn't know you were gonna hire extra part-time help, was that right? Or not?
No.
I took the other 3 lines down to 3%. Saving.
I mean,
the
the budget's all the same. All the same. The only thing that changes a little bit sometimes, and I didn't really change it into the budget. I also did put in summer help. We were paying 13, and I'd like to raise that to 15. So there's a pretty good chunk of money. And then we do have that. We haven't been able to hire anyone lately, but Kelly has a permanent part-time still program assistant. And I put that from 15 to 17, but that one's very, very hard to fill because it's hard to find someone that wants to work 1,500 hours a year, basically.
Is that its own line or is that her?
No, that'd be in the part-time. The only,
Okay.
and you get, I don't know why it was set up that way, is Jody and I have our own lines. Technically, I think our part-time, if we ever had a part-time secretary, has their own line in there. And then,
It's up top.
yeah, everyone else, it's the full-timers are in one pot, and then the part-timers are all in one pot. Why that is, I have no clue. That's just the way
I don't know.
it's been. Since I
That's
started.
the way it's always been.
However you want to.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not asking to have more lines than this, for sure, but
Really?
if that's what you want.
Oh, no, I'm good, as long as the lines make sense, I'm good.
I mean, because I understand the part-time, and if you know, that's up 14.9%.
Right,
You're
it's
looking
big.
at increasing the hourly rate, and I would guess you kind of almost guess based on the hours, you're not for sure.
Right, I mean,
on the hours
honestly,
on that.
I put 540 hours in for all the summer staff. It'd be great if they worked that much. It's not that often that they do, because they'll have a vacation or two, or they'll start late, or they'll end early. Preferably college kids. It's nice if they're 18, but the last few years I've hired 16-year-olds that all they can do is mow and go home, basically.
Yeah.
They can't drive a vehicle, can't drive a gator. Even 17-year-old can't drive a gator, oddly enough, but they can drive a car.
So they
My
can drive to work.
Drive a gator, I'll send her out.
I mean, it's not, because they changed that with the ATVs going on public roads. So since it's a public road, you have to be 18 to drive on a public road, unless you're doing farm work, which I guess we could find some corn and maybe they count it, but I don't think they will.
Sounds like they need to make that exempt for that.
It'd be nice, but, because I checked with ICAP and all that, and just like, hey, what are the rules on some of this? And that's what they had told me last year, because I really don't like to hire kids that are under 18. Just because even if it's minor restrictions, they can drive, but it can only be 2 hours a day or 20% of their week or whatever, which it usually isn't anyway, like a vehicle, but it's annoying. But we're lucky to get them to work 540. So that's, if they start basically in mid-May and go to Labor Day, that's what it is, roughly. You know, that a lot of kids, especially if they're going back to college, even if they're in high school, they don't want to, once they start school, they want to be done most. But I hate to take it out, because every once in a while you do get the one that wants to actually work. So it just depends.
I want to actually want some work, you better keep them.
Yes, and the program assistants, 1,500 hours. So when we don't hire someone, which we have not the last couple summers, I will use that to hire extra. Kelly's usually better at being able to find people that want to help her do camps and stuff. So I hire we'll split that up basically and hire, another part, just seasonal or two. I've considered getting rid of the program assistant. I hate to get rid of it altogether and not even be able to try. Like, we'll try this spring and see if we get someone. But it's just a hard position to fill unless you find someone local that doesn't want to work full time. And then you got to find someone like that you want to hire.
Chris, one thing I highlighted was you had 93,000 for equipment. And yet I wrote down, you said pickup, gator, mower, shower walls, take it. Shower walls probably need to be done.
I mean, I'll be honest, the shower walls have leaked for a long time.
They need fixed.
They do need fixed. I had a local guy look at it. He didn't seem too enthused about touch pointing it, so I might have to go different, find someone else. But
if we cut that back a ways,
yeah,
I have to prioritize which equipment.
Right. I mean, so thing like my vehicle, it's got almost 140,000 on it. It runs fine. As far as right now, I don't mind it. It's starting to get a little rusty. I mean, we could say, let's say we skip the Maverick for 30,000. As long as everyone, I don't have a problem keep driving it. As long as everyone understands, if the training blows up, I don't know if it's going to be worth
It's gonna be
fixing.
a budget amendment.
Right.
It may not be worth fixing it, I get it.
I mean, I don't know if it'd be worth fixing that,
Right.
something that old. The used mower, it's just one of the things, you just don't know when stuff breaks, so you try and replace it before it breaks. The Gator's doing pretty well yet, although we just had a starting issue that replaced the ignition, replaced the safety switch on the brake, which Lakener did all that. He had help, I helped him with that a little bit. Looking at fuses and stuff, still wouldn't start. Had to take it to John Deere. They replaced the same stuff we did, only they charged $1,300 in labor. So it's like $1,500 bucks or something like that, $1,400 to fix that. But it's not like these things are like we know they're gonna blow up. It's just a matter of when they blow up, we might have a bit of an issue.
What year is yours? What year, the year
2012.
And you drive that back and forth too?
Yeah, every day. That's why it has so many miles on, obviously, because I'm the guy that gets to drive it back and forth. But, like the Gator. I mean, if we need to save a little bit, the Gator could probably wait. Especially since we just.
What was the Gator, 30,000?
21 for a similar John Deere, which, again, we'd have to double check, make sure the bed is still steel. Otherwise, you can maybe look at something else. And the used mower, that's just a crapshoot on what you find when you're ready to buy one. Because there was actually one this last summer that I almost lost the time. It had like 120 hours on it. It was like 23 grand. I'm like, that'd have been a really good deal, assuming there wasn't some issue. Obviously, buying used, what you get either. But we've had some misses and we've had some hits on the used stuff. You just never know. That's just how it works, unfortunately.
What'd you budget for the used mower?
Yeah. What's that?
How much was the used mower you were guessing?
I put used mower in at 28. Now that should be a pretty low hours one. Like I said, like Story County, when we bought some a few years back, like a lot of places, like bigger counties, you get to 800,000 hours, they swap it.
What do you get?
Like trade in?
No, what do you typically get for a mower?
Oh, they're all the 4-wheel drive ones are John Deere, like 1575s, things like that. They're like a 4-wheel drive, 6-foot deck, front mount, drive with the steering wheel. We have three or four of those, and we have 1 0-turn. Nelson Park generally gets 4-wheel drive ones because their ground's a lot rougher. But we have 1 4-wheel drive one at Yellow Smoke, because we do still have some steep stuff and for like trails and stuff. I mean, with two really people that know what they're doing, like full timers out there mowing, they can mow all of Yellow Smoke in like 2 days or less with this John Deere 0-turn that's got a 6-foot deck and that 4-wheel drive one that's got a 6-foot deck.
What for that 28? What were you looking to buy?
A 4-wheel drive one. A used 0-turn would have been It's the one with the highest hours is a 4-wheel drive.
I bought, a year ago, I bought the new Kubota. I got a 0 turn with a 72-inch deck and a bagger that I can dump from the seat.
Yeah. No, the 0 turns are cheaper. You pay quite a bit extra for the 4-wheel drive.
Which makes sense.
Right.
And obviously you have a need for 4. Because we don't have flat terrain in Crawford.
That's what you use on the, you know, if you got trails or.
I was just looking mainly down your list, and they actually kind of offset, you know, like what you budget versus spent. You know,
It's hard to
see where it's yellow. Oh, yeah, I get it. I mean, because most of those things are variables. Some of it's kind of consistent.
I mean, right now we have a water leak somewhere between the old Tubing Hill and the Nature Center. That's 2,000 gallons a day. That won't come out.
Most of that stuff kind of balances out.
When that gets fixed, hopefully that won't be too bad. But I've had a water leak in the cabin it broke twice in like a few weeks and total was like $13,000. We had to actually bore. In their infinite wisdom back in the day, they put the water line right under where all the electric meets.
I just take the meter head off for a while.
You know, Nelson Park, it's the REC. If you look at what we spend on electric at Nelson Park, it's like 10,000, which is, I think Yellow Smoke was like 26 last year. And if you look at the usage, but when we have 0 usage on all those meters down there, we still paying the $40 a month for the meter. Then they charge you for basically not using any electricity. Yeah, so you save electricity, but they charge you anyway.
It's like $3 usage.
It's way more than that.
It's
way more than that. I mean,
not used, like,
if you went off, it would almost, I don't know if it'd be worth it or not.
For no usage.
Yeah.
That's gone.
No, it's quite a bit more than that. I'd have to look at the bill. But we always look at that REC and like what we pay just in fees versus Mid-American. It's shocking.
I did some digging into that though. And most of it is because there is less energy consumed in the county where they're at inside their zones. And they have to pay more to get the electricity from the producers of the electricity. Hence that gets delivered onto you. And when you use none, they actually even have to pay more. So that's where their logic is here. And that's why they're trying to actually get more things.
I even looked into one time, what if we just put one big meter in, like at the beginning of the park, get rid of all the little meters? They're like, you can do that, but we just charge you more for that one meter. So it depends on how much electricity that can flow through it. Because I've looked into ways to get that down, but there is.
Where I do engagement in CEC is to try to actually get development outside of city limits. For REC is to help with that, because you look at every section has to have at least 4 farms. And, you know, and as we started to get electricity, they consumed a lot of electricity on the farm, grain, et cetera. Well, now you got 1 farm per section, if that. So there's less consumers out there, hence when they have to buy it from the producer of the electricity, which they aren't allowed to produce their own electricity.
On the bottom number.
Otherwise, they could build their own nuclear power plant.
961, 931.
Sell to all of us at a better rate, but they can't do that. So you see what I'm saying? Yeah, if you start digging into it, it'll start frustrate the heck out of you. It's normal. And it's the same way for Mid-America and everybody. They gotta buy it from the people that produce it. But Mid-America's got a lot more meters because they got most of the cities and along the main highways is their territory. I mean, I'm not trying to defend them. I'd like to see
No,
what
yeah.
goes out in the county too, but
I just look at the bottom number and I'm like,
my electric bills went astronomical just in town too.
So I think, Chris, just what we're looking at is currently your total budget item number is 961,672.
Yep.
And we just want to see that at 931,672.
okay,
Okay. All right. Perfect.
I will work it out.
Okay. Here's that, Gene.
Yeah, fine.
Okay. Thank you for your time, sir.
Warmed it up for you.
That's because they always had it. They used to, who lives there? Does Lakeland live there? Who lives at Yellowstone now?
Connor,
And he works there.
yes,
What's his title?
nice kid.
His title's nice kid.
To me, he is, he's a park ranger out there.
Park ranger.
He's the
He's park ranger, okay.
Nice kid ranger.
I like
So, because it used to be the park
That's the
ranger.
kind of ranger I
house.
Or I work.
So, it's now, do they live there rent free? As
Yes,
part of their wages? Then the
Him and Bryce, down Nelson's Park, I think their salaries are like 30s, living quarters. I have to figure that out, but it's all part of their salary.
because I mean, it used to be back in the day when I actually went to Western Iowa Carpentry School when we built the home that Lance Nelson moved into.
Hold on.
And so I always just assumed that that was part of the park rangers. What happened when the park ranger decided not to live on the park?
There for a while there, I think he was a ranger at Conservative.
Did they give him a housing allowance
What's
or?
his name, was there, Doug? I have no idea. Yeah. It hasn't always been a park ranger per se.
Okay, I mean, it was when it started, it was that way.
I think the reason that conversation comes up is if they lived there, then we wouldn't have that vehicle going back and forth every day. That's now got 146,000 miles on it to get back and forth to work. Is that the intent?
See, he's the director.
The director.
He's the director.
Not that right.
I know. Has the director always lived off campus? That they get a vehicle to get back and forth to work?
I can't answer that
Can't
question
either.
wholeheartedly.
Cause Lance used to live there years ago.
Yeah. That's kind of why the question
Why
comes
should
up.
he move off? I don't know.
Yeah. So is the car figured as part of his benefit, his wages, since he's getting a car to drive back and forth to work and it's not an emergency type of a situation like with our law
I don't think
enforcement?
it's figured in anywhere other than gas, fuel, and cost of the pickup. That's where I guess it is.
That's the question. He's got a vehicle, but he's, should be living on camp, living right there, then that makes
Well,
sense.
he should, but I mean, we have to ask, does he have emergency response like the sheriff or deputies do?
I don't know if it's the same level as a deputy, but I do know they can call him in at
All hours of the night camp and
Yeah, there starts to answer.
I know park rangers are.
That makes sense.
No, the ranger I can see, because he's the law.
I mean, I think they're the first line of defense, so that they can't handle it.
On a park, isn't a ranger got the equivalent to what like the sheriff does outside of it?
Now,
Do they go?
Bryce is a law ranger.
They can.
Bryce is a law.
School, but like your.
They're certified.
Certified law enforcement.
Bryce is the only one in Crawford County. Now, Connor,
I thought they had one at each town.
no, that dude was the one that caused a lot of trouble, and I think he moved back to Florida.
Oh, I
But
remember
yeah,
that.
but I think they had it once. Chris. Yeah. All that.
Unless Connor,
You had two certified.
just got one certified.
One, Bryce is certified.
Right.
Eric was, but obviously he's moved on.
Yeah, and no, we don't have anybody currently going.
Nope.
And that's at Nelson's, we don't have the certified,
Nelson's is where Bryce is, yeah.
but
Yellowstone doesn't have certified guy, no.
do you like that? Do you want to get another one certified?
It's handy sometimes, but like Yellowstone's really close to town, so we don't usually have a big issue getting the response.
that's what.
In a perfect world, would both guys be certified? Probably. Is there times it would help? Probably, but they're also still limited, as we found out. Like Bryce, because he does not work for a law enforcement agency, like there's certain like background checks and things like that you just can't do. So if you have serious something down there, we still have to call the deputies because he can't even get on that system. You need
You can't get over the track system.
Right, you can't get on, because you have to be a law enforcement agency to get on that, to get the number to get on that. And that means you have to spend at least 50% of your budget, I think it was, on strictly law enforcement.
Oh.
And we're not obviously anywhere close to that. So he basically, you know, he can write a ticket for basic stuff. I mean, he can arrest you, but again, he's gonna need deputy help, you know, to get through all the process. If there's any type of real investigation for like a felony or something, he's not gonna have the access to the resources to do all that.
Just the first line of defense. I mean, if you're gonna have one, it just will be announced at the park.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be as far as response time.
Right.
Response time, yeah.
I mean, yeah, like you said, you're a lot closer to.
Yeah.
Uniformed officers here, you know.
Yeah.
Generally.
Usually, if there's an emergency like PD will come out, usually or whatever, if it's bad, which we've been fairly lucky with that. They've been crazy
long rounds.
What's next?
Thanks, Chris. I think we'll just, Zach. I think he's 70 in your book.
Oh.
Isn't that?
Yeah.
So did you bring us something every time you come? You brought us something a little different, right?
Yep.
This is that's it.
I brought fancy colored ones.
That's.
Yeah, I got them in the back here.
I rather enjoy the colored ones, so I will put it away to get rid of all of my
Helps your eyes
paperwork.
focus on the right lines.
Only the red ones, is the ones that really focus on. Alright, get rid of these so that they don't think we have more people.
Got enough paper today.
Oh my gosh.
We're gonna have budget restrictions right there. Paper and color ink.
Paper use.
If y'all looked at your email, we wouldn't have to print so much stuff.
I can't print from my email, I can't read.
You don't need to, you just need to read.
I can't. On a little tiny pad this big. You know, how do you make marks in the margin when you highlight, so forth and so on. I think I need my other.
This is the one that was published for the home food. Should say, because I have to have mine turned in by the 28th of February annually.
Again, on the wages, what increase did you give to yourself and did Tim get a raise?
Tim did not get a raise. Mine was like 5,000. But keep in mind, I apply for a grant annually that helps offset the cost of my wage. So like this year, I'll apply for 30,000. Last year was 25,000 that I applied for.
Nice for you to claim them for everybody.
Would that be nice?
I'm just thankful for ourselves.
When I was going through, maybe I didn't have the right updated one. This budget has your 30,000 for a new vehicle, and if that's already out of this budget.
Yeah, so that'll be reserves, coming out of reserves, but so that would have been down in capital projects. So just your calculations, and if you look at your second page, that's like the projected fund balance plus 35,000 allocated for 30,000 for a vehicle, 5,000 for the hazard mitigation plan that is due every 5 years.
We're due on that one again.
Yeah, we're working with 3 to 12 to do that. So I think the person that's supposed to be working with us is has been on maternity leave or something like that. So and that was $21,000 of that was paid for by a grant for the hazard mitigation grant. So we save in that, but there's always a local match. So
You need to resubmit this to Megan
I
or
did.
Michelle.
I did.
Did?
Yep.
It's not in here.
Allocated vehicle update, that's just sitting in reserves.
Correct.
Plan to update the vehicle what year? I probably had that all in my notes.
So it'd be after July 1 of 28.
You don't remember.
I have it written down.
I probably have it written down on one of those colorful pages, but it's not working. Just as easy to ask you the same question 5 times in a row.
87.5, that's for the new building on city property.
Correct. Yep.
Well, that one won't be done unless we get that big lease, 99-year lease.
How's
That
that?
was the reason for that lease, is because they have to have 2 acres total on that property in order to ISOs.
Insurance systems office or something.
For their ISOs, which actually every city in the county can use for their insurance advantage.
And I was on the city.
So I understood why they didn't want to sell it to us, otherwise I'm pretty sure they would. But they would compromise that insurance standing across the county, every city. And I don't know how many use it, but it's available.
It's available for everybody.
So does it make sense then, Ty, is to not even put that in a budget until we have a lease in place? I mean, is there
Yeah,
any reason why we would put it in a budget when we might not get it? When it's,
that's why I pondered the death about. Do we have-
385 fund balance.
I mean, just getting everything lined up over there has been a chore. Do we have anything set up with them yet?
So I went to their city council meeting, and city council, this was actually approached by city council too. Jessica, I believe, was gonna give you a call to kind of go over what was discussed at that meeting, because that was the same night with deployed to Prairie Rose, and I was trying to organize resources. So, I mean, from my understanding, I think the city's on board with a lease, but I just haven't heard.
I haven't heard either, so I can't speak to that. I mean, if they do it, we don't have it in the budget, it costs them a whole year. The only thing I would say that I concur with Zach is the electronics that'll be in that trailer. We don't want them out in the brutal cold or the extreme heat without at least a shade over that trailer. If you had a hailstorm, obviously insurance pays for that, but in the long run, when you pay for insurance is used, we end up paying for it. Our premiums go up.
so what, could we use one of the current stalls that we have by taking something out?
We have
the
to
trailer
do
in?
that.
In our current building?
Yeah.
It will fit.
We got 2 boats.
It's too long or too wide or too tall?
Oh, it's too tall. Oh, okay, never mind.
It's only 24 feet long. And we have, I mean, keep in mind, we also have a hazmat trailer that has a generator. It has hazmat supplies that are rubber and, cloth and so on and so forth, that in exposure to heat and cold will still degrade in and of itself too, along with the trailer.
Both them trailers fit in this new stall.
In the new addition. Yeah.
They would.
So it'd be 36 feet deep. The hazmat trailer is 20 feet, and then the command trailer is 24 feet at length. So there's still plenty of room towards the back that we'd be able to put storage of supplies, shelter supplies, so on and so forth.
The board's hesitation is putting something in the budget that we may not use and get spent for something else.
And sitting there looking at $132,000, so. I mean, you don't see that, that's something we can put off here.
Now, the EOC, there's a little controversy with all that anyway, so maybe that's something that we put off for a year, because we do have the trailer. If we do need an emergency EOC.
I just hate taxing for something that we don't know what's gonna happen.
Yeah, I'd hate to upgrade that, being under influence of county office.
We're only taxing 225. That's what's in the budget currently for transfer?
I'm pulling $271,000 out of my reserves to help fund this budget this year. To deplete my reserve to 113,000.
I don't think you want to get lower than that.
No, I want to stay at between 100 and 120,000 annually for reserves just in case. So the bulk of this budget is coming out of the reserves.
I know he's cleaned it up a lot.
So we're gonna see, based on that though, then next year, we're gonna see a huge increase. If we keep the budget stays the same and you want the fund balance as to where you're at, you're gonna see a spike
You might,
in the tax asking. I would assume if the budget stays roughly the same, because your budget's been the hardest to try to get some grips around with the towers in the past.
Yeah.
And try to get, you know what I mean? Try to.
Establish
Right.
a real start point.
Exactly. That's the hardest part I get from looking at it, because there's a lot of things that are increased quite a bit versus what they were in the past, in my mind. But there's some things that are cut drastically that used to be in the budget in the past. And it's just hard for me to
put it into perspective, the initial budget that I came in with, I cut, and I met with Terry about this, I cut almost $195,000 out of it. And then that $195,000 cut was still including tower expenses. So
each time you
Now
brought
that's
him in, he
been
has
cleaned
cut.
that's
Because that's in the tower fund.
So that now brings down an additional $87,000 out of the EMA budget that will be supplemented by revenues brought in from rent on towers. That it'll help kind of offset.
Because like on your original budget that I guess we were presented with, it might not be the one that you gave us.
Right.
But it had tower maintenance at 19,500. Currently, you're at $65,750 of tower maintenance and repairs.
Yeah.
So what changed is that from my initial number to the number I got now?
So that tower maintenance and repairs is splitting the cost of those 3 microwaves with 3 wigs. So the third coming from EMA, the $65,750, $50,000 coming from 911, and then $50,000 coming out of the tower fund. That original bill was over $165,000.
So that original 19.5 didn't include none of that, those 3.
So that original 19.5, if I remember correctly, was just for, no, it did not, because I didn't get that quote until after that was submitted. Because we had to adjust some things, because originally it came back like $170,000. So then Raycom adjusted the quote and it came back 165. So then after that was submitted is when I got that quote. So that what you have in your book wouldn't reflect.
And what's the equipment and supplies at 42,000? I guess I couldn't even find that in the original budget, but I'm just curious what you have now planned for equipment and supplies.
So that is the Connex boxes, like I discussed earlier, doing Connex boxes across the county to put emergency shelter supplies in as well as
shipping container.
Yeah.
Like a 28-footer.
Yep. They'd be 25.
So it's 20,000 in the
20,000,
original
yeah.
budget.
Under the equipment, furniture, and et cetera, is that where you're saying it was, or what?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, it is, yep. The last 6 digits are 6.
So we should be able to set them at county, like where we got county shops.
Yeah.
We should be able to set them. I mean, he coordinates with them. I think you should be able to, or local fire departments find a spot.
I've talked to secondary roads, they're not opposed to it. We just have to make sure it's.
So is this like a one-time purchase for those, and then, or every year, do you have to replenish them, throw out the old stuff you didn't use, put in new, or
So
how do they work?
Like the shelter supplies, yes, I mean, there are expiration dates. We have an godly amount of toothpaste and other shelter supplies that we have right now that expire in August of this year. So that's stuff we just have to either donate to TAP or donate to somebody, because I don't feel comfortable giving somebody expired stuff if they're trying to, get back on their feet after a disaster. The Connex boxes are a one-time purchase. I mean, I'm looking at probably about 12, because it'll take at least 4 Connex boxes in the city of Denison to help store some of this stuff. Maybe 2 with the addition of the new building. We can put some there, and we can put some in the Connex boxes as well too. But one in almost each community, but like Ricketts would be covered by Charter Oak. Deloitte would be covered by Denison. Arion is Dow City, Arion and Black Rock are Dow City. So there'll be 2 communities there that will be able to converge into one.
Aspinwall gets
Aspinwall, Manila. So it's not every single community. They're strategically placed where.
Boyer, Kyra.
Yep.
So you think going forward, I mean, too far down the road, but after this current budget we're working on, like you said, Craig, some of that, you're not buying shipping containers, you're not buying microwave or towers.
Yeah, I mean, everything will kind of hit at once. I mean, hit at once, and especially
So you expect, I mean, you don't expect big purchases every year.
no. And if we do a big purchase, it'd be something similar to like we're doing for the vehicle. It's building it up and budgeting appropriately throughout the fiscal years.
And that's why he established this 5-year budget plan.
I just send that out. It's been a little busy.
Just trying to compare numbers here real quick, Zach, I hate to keep you any longer than we have to here. But on special operations, it was 15,000 on the budget we got, now it's 16,000, is that what?
Yeah.
1,000?
Yeah, just for increase in what equipment is going to cost. I think Joe kind of hit it on the head. We need to start purchasing equipment for responses.
I know.
I mean, that's, to be able to purchase some harnesses or help with purchases of.
How much of this stuff is our fire departments? Should they be contributing?
They contribute quite a bit. The fire association does. The fire association is one paying for the entire training tower. That's over a $40,000 prop right now.
On
The grain, the grain bin. Just the grain bin tower itself is over 40,000. So the volunteer departments and the firefighters association and even the EMS association, they throw their fair share of money at that stuff when they can, but keep in mind they're just on donations and fundraised money.
Pancake breakfast.
Yeah, for fire departments, it's pancake breakfast and stuff like that too. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and I just noticed like your schools, mileage and expenses went from 5,000 to 20,500.
So you gotta keep in mind, everything's combined into one line item. So that would be for like my trainings, that would be for any public safety trainings that we put on that are for countywide use. Any public education training that we bring in, quarterly for people to attend. That's all lumped into schools mileage.
It'd be like when you did.
Right, I just saw on the
hazmat.
on the original budget, it was 5,000.
Yep. So
that was just you though.
Correct. Yep. And then I put in.
Explain to him what Woodbury does with all their different communities, what you're wanting to implement there. I mean, as far as, preparedness training, helping them to know what to do in a case of a disaster. Don't let me speak for you. Go ahead.
So my goal for like the public preparedness aspect is to hold essentially a class quarterly. Like in March, we'll hold one for like severe weather, we'll hold one for flooding, we'll hold one for anything that relates to that time frame. But they'll all be kind of conjoined into one. It might be a Saturday afternoon, a 4-hour class of hitting 4 different topics. In the summertime, it'll be, it could be about like heat exhaustion. It could be about, anything pertaining to outdoor recreation, so on and so forth. You get into the October, November, December timeframe, you're talking about fire prevention, fire preparedness. You're talking about carbon monoxide alarms for the winter. You're talking about scams. You're talking about holiday safety. You're talking about cooking safety for the holidays. And there are just a gauntlet of things that there's just a gauntlet of things that we can do with it. But if I don't have a budget to help pay for some of that stuff, I'm certainly not going to do all the teaching myself, because I know a lot of stuff, but I don't know everything. So that's, if I can bring subject matter experts to stuff, if I can bring the National Weather Service in to teach a class and, provide snacks or whatever for the public that comes in, by all means, that, for me, that's a win.
Kind of like what you did with your stuff up at the fairground, is that what you're getting at today?
Yeah, just on the stand.
Yeah, Gene.
Where will you hold these trainings, just out of curiosity, what's your vision of where they'll be?
Well, so that kind of alleviates into the emergency operations center. We would hold them in that facility to not only one, have a centralized location to do this, but to show what we are capable of when disasters occur. Keep in mind that the trailer is for the scene operations, right? Even Minden, for example, they had their mobile emergency operations center on scene, but then they were still doing work behind the scenes at their designated EOC. If something were to happen, you guys all aren't gonna go out to the scene. You guys are coming here because that's where you need to be. Because you guys are the decision makers for the county. So, and you don't want to be standing out in the middle with chainsaws and the elements and all of that stuff, where we could be in a controlled environment here and still do what we need to do and then communicate that with the on-scene personnel.
One last question, then I'm done. And this is the one,
Yes,
that is
the one.
All right, so that's gone from, item number, last two digits, 20, 420. It was 15,000, now it's 80,000. Did that just move someplace else?
The flex benefit plan,
Yes,
that's 80, actually.
yeah, that's 80.
Yeah.
But it was 15,000 on the old one.
Yes, it was.
Oh,
So did we
I
just,
think that must have been a typo on my part.
the 15,000?
Yes, yeah.
Very good.
Yeah,
Because
well, yeah.
I was just gonna wonder where that went.
No.
So if that's just that easy of a typo, we
Yeah,
got
it was
rid
just
of,
it was just a typo.
mission accomplished.
I must
All
have
right,
been zero happy at that point.
fabulous. All right, that was, I think that's good.
I mean, guys, I guess, what's your guys' thoughts on, I mean, without having a lease in place, without having an agreement on the EOC, does it make sense just to take those two items out of the budget?
Well, keep in mind, I have a meeting this afternoon with the LEC board for the EOC. And specifically in their agreement, it states nothing that that room is a county room. There's no agreement one way or the other.
So, I mean, we could utilize that room without us putting any money in it, right? We could utilize that room.
Not to its fullest capabilities.
But I mean, it could work without us doing anything.
I think there needs to be some technology upgrades. We can't do Zoom capabilities in that room for one. So we can't hold meetings.
So could we hold the Zoom meeting if it would have needed to be here?
What's that?
In our conference room?
True.
I mean, we could use this as a temporary EOC until we had something in place, that this room would work fine, it's only used.
What are you looking at, just pushing this off another
I think
year?
maybe
Indefinitely.
pushing it off for a year for sure.
Well, and that's what I'm saying, is if he can work this into his future plans, then he's got something to work on. And it's like I've explained before, we can't do everything all at once, and that's what we have to look at here. Is, all right, we don't do the ELC this year. I think that you can.
And we do have a mobile unit that can be used
On scene.
on scene, right? And if the scene is here,
The scene's not always gonna be.
I understand.
So let me put this into perspective. At 3 o'clock in the morning when a tornado hits, are you all gonna come out to the scene and be on scene and do what is necessary
No.
for the county? Exactly. That's what these guys do. That's what that is for. That is what we're building.
They have to be, I'll be there, but.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, I have no problem asking
But
for.
what am I there for? Other than
Exactly.
talk to the media? And I'll like screw that.
The decision makers need to be at a secured location, not on scene. So I mean, I will call people at 3 o'clock in the morning and have you guys come out to scenes. That is not what that trailer is utilized for. And that trailer was
3 o'clock, what's the?
for me, nothing.
I was trying to think during the floods when I got the call
We talked
to
plenty
the
of time
fire
about it.
station.
But it's kind of a mobile emergency operations center.
For scene personnel,
Right.
yes. Are you scene personnel?
I am not.
That's the point.
What's that? We never said we were.
Right.
I think we're missing the point of what that trailer is utilized for.
I think you're missing our point is we have to
If you-
45, 50,000 in another room and
A room that's already a room.
when we can use the conference center to accomplish the same thing.
If you want to cut out, at the end of the day, you guys are the decision makers for it, so if you want to cut 45,000, that's.
I would like to see it in the plan.
There is a plan. It's in this strategic plan.
If we cut it, I would like to see a plan to create that. Here's the thing. For 30 years, we went along on a handshake and well, that's good enough. And one of the most, now I'm not going to compare it to the sheriff's department because that's everyday security, but this is the preparedness security for Crawford County. This is what prepares us for a Mendon, for a Mapleton, happening in our county. And we just, thanks to doing enough prayers down at the churches in Manila, they weren't hammered like a Mendon. You know, I just kind of skipped them. But we've seen what it did to the cemetery on the hill, could have did to the town just as easy. So those are the things that he's now trying to prepare us for that we never did before. And that was kind of the objective that I had when, you know, I wanted to push for having the full time, is because we weren't ready for worst case scenario. Hell, we weren't even thinking about worst case scenario, never mind being ready for it. So we hired what was, for his years of experience, probably one of the best EMA potential coordinators in the state, maybe even in a couple states. So we got lucky getting a guy that's motivated. And this is what I struggle with. I don't think anybody at this board is any stingier than I am. We're probably all about an equal as far as not wanting to spend tax dollars any faster, because he's heard me ad nauseum talk to him about tax dollars. But I also don't want to stifle his initiative and his determination to fix things. But I do know that we have to rein things in. He's compromised quite a bit already. Over he's brought stuff back 2 or 3 times for sure. I mean, this would be a 3rd time here. And I think he's really working hard with us. He's understanding the objectives. And I don't want to send him out of here saying, well, no, we're not going to work on an EOC. Or no, we're not going to build that extra room or the extra bay down there, because that extra bay is going to be intended to protect our investment that deploys to the states. Keeping the temperature moderate in there so that our electronics communication, if he has to deploy to a major fire. Kyle, we've all came back from fire scenes in sub-zero temperatures looking like Frosty the Snowman. Ice
trailer fix that.
Well, no, but it's a scene that could go to. And the generators will keep it warm out there. Gives you guys a place to go use a restroom, gives you guys, you know, whatever the case may be. You know, I mean, that won't fix that, no, but it does fix it does, if it's a major fire. I mean, if it would be in the middle of Denison.
The decision makers will be on.
Exactly, the command center. So, and that's its intended purpose. So when we talk about 80,000 to fix it on that spot there, everybody should know by now, after it was my initial, we weren't gonna build something for county infrastructure on rented or leased property. This here is with the city of Denison. It would, if we can get that 99-year lease, and I've said that, I think we'll get $87,000 worth of use out of that building in 99 years. So we won't be burdening. There might be a future board that's got to work a new lease with the city of Denison, but I also don't believe they're going to ask for a bunch of money on this. I mean, I said $1 lease for 99 years. It's already not being used, but they need to maintain the ownership of the ground so that they can use it for the ISO effect on the insurance. So that's completely understandable. Otherwise, I do believe they would sell us that if it wasn't compromising the insurance aspect. So, I mean, I'm trying to support his thing because I'm the chair of that commission. And so that's why I'm not pleading for money. I just want you to understand, if we have to buy that ground to build that shed, we're going to have to buy ground. And then the shed's probably going to cost us a lot more because it's not going to be part of the already existing infrastructure. You know, what we're just building on.
About $500,000. Jane?
Well,
I'm probably stingier than anybody on this board, and I'm for that proudly. But my thought has always been that we went 40 years without doing anything. I mean, we had a part-time person that we didn't think about the future. We've been fortunate that we haven't had the kind of incident that we wondered why we didn't have that. I would like to see a plan. I
gotta send a strategic plan.
Yeah.
I've been a little busy over the last.
I get it. And this year especially, we are being forced to have to really cut budgets because of what we know is coming down the pipe from the state. That is one of the biggest reasons that I think that it'd be just great, because we agree that our community deserves to have protection from all of the things that we don't know are gonna come down the pipe. We just can't predict it. But when that happens, it's not if, it's when. And we don't have what we need, people are gonna say, why don't we have that? Why, you know?
It costs you 10 times more too.
And once again, we're talking about life sometimes but I just don't know. This is the exact year until we know more about how our funding is coming and how this is all gonna shake out with some unfunded mandates that are coming our way. I think this is the year to do that. That's my only concern. I want it for our community, of course I do. But is this the right year to go all in? I don't know.
We've talked about at the commission meetings. I mean, just throw this at you on the complexity of the things that get discussed. What are they called? The EMP boxes. Sure.
Oh,
Faraday. There you go. Faraday boxes. That's actually to protect electronics from an EMP blast or something. You know, when the Russians talk about detonating a nuclear bomb, it won't be that they're wanting to blow up Omaha. They're wanting to blow up the grid in Omaha. So they'll do an EMP device that leaves everything else available for them to move in and conquer. You see what I'm saying? So we to protect our tower sites and the generators, the fund that, you know, we've talked about what do we need to buy in the future to protect them, like Faraday boxes, and that's basically a lead shelter or shield or whatever all they're made of my pay grade, sorry. But these type of things is what we've discussed. You know, are these things we're gonna have to buy in the future? Well, if we want to protect ourselves from that, keep Crawford County protected. I mean, it's the reason we build up our own independent communication system. We aren't dependent on whatever the state's doing, which, trust me, there's people that regret being part of the state now when we're talking to counties outside Crawford. You know, so I mean, do you really want to be dependent on the space, the space system, Starlink and what have you? I mean, I just seen in the news yesterday or the day before where they built, the Chinese have built something to actually take out Starlinks now, aircraft stuff. I mean, so there's different things we've always, you know, I mean, that's worst case scenario, but him doing his job is thinking about worst case scenario. So, I mean, are these things that have to happen? I guess we got to evaluate that right now. And it's going to have to be the five of us that agree on that we have to have that. But I know he's cut back and trimmed back, and I've asked him to prioritize the things that he thinks we have to have right now. And obviously this is what he thinks. That's the chair of not Ty sitting in this chair, but that's the chair of that commission speaking.
Yeah, what would it look like if, I mean, just my two question marks I jotted down was, of course, the EOC in that building for 87.5. But not saying that I don't ever want you to do them, and you have a plan, but next year, 65,000 is gonna come off your budget because of the microwaves. There'll be a little more room in the budget if we bite it off for 2 years. What's more important to you, the EOC or the building out there?
Definitely the building. We have an $80,000 investment that the commission approved and purchased. That's to me is a huge priority.
I'm just asking.
Yeah.
We have to move things around and try to tackle that next year.
This is not an easy year for us.
Well, that's why I'm supplementing 271,000 out of my own reserves.
Yep.
So you
well,
guys
And
are
that
okay.
money will stay in the reserves.
Right.
Unless they reduce the supplemental part.
Yep.
So it'll still be there.
I know.
Good point.
Explain that,
So
please.
what's in the budget currently, well, it's for the county's portion from general supplemental to disaster fund,
Right.
$225,000. Unless that number gets reduced, the request of not doing whatever upgrade you're asking Zach to not do, that money will stay in his fund balance. So instead of what, 137 or whatever the number was, the estimated balance of your fund balance at the end of
Oh.
27,
113.
113, it'll be almost $200,000 of a fund balance.
They recommend you have what percentage? You're at 22.79.
Between 20 and 25%.
So you're right,
Right.
exactly.
I compromised a lot.
You did.
Yeah, you did.
You did. Yeah.
Over $200,000.
Yeah. And as we all know, in past years, there's been no thought given to this, and that's what makes it difficult, that we've
I know,
gone.
to think this is all in, not even close.
Yeah, no,
To all in to the things that need to happen in
Right.
Crawford County.
it's.
Just one
I
step
mean,
at a time.
just say,
Right,
absolutely,
If he has
I
a
got it.
five-year
Oh,
plan,
absolutely. I agree with you.
I
process.
get
Yeah,
it.
you
I'm
did
as
that.
frugal as y'all.
What you're doing to us, Zach, is we're trying to drink from a garden hose, but you're feeding us with a fucking fire hose. And I'm not saying we don't need to be
Yeah,
careful.
I never
That's-
take it personal.
That's
Never.
Don't
that's
take it
emergency.
personal.
No,
That's
never.
emergency services. I
We
mean,
have, yeah.
when I went through paramedic school, same deal.
I know it,
So,
and with
That's my
my
nature.
nearly 30 years in the fire service,
You always gotta
there's
be
always, you can always,
Yep.
always spend.
It's the nature of
Always
the
needed a
beast.
fire truck.
It is.
Always
It-
needed an upgrade, always
Always.
needed this, always needed that.
I know that.
And it's hard for us when
Looking
we're
at-
thinking
I
about
drive by
safety
that
of our
building
citizens.
Look at that old mini pumper that we thought was
Sorry.
amazing. And it is
I
still,
get- I get your
but
back.
look how old that is.
trying to do this.
Zach, I get your
I
back.
know, I do.
And it makes me sad to think about it.
So we want to have to take the EOC out, the amount?
I think Dave brings a good point.
I do too.
It'll fit next.
How would we fit in better next year? Since we don't even have.
And I will say, if we leave the money in for the upgrade of the building down there at the fire, that's only on the contingency that we get a lease. You can spend that on the contingency that we get a lease that's agreeable to this board. You know,
You have that meeting today.
Don't stop having your conversations
That's,
about it though.
That's an emergency operations.
EOC, keep having those conversations, keep,
keep pushing her to get
Yeah.
old. I know they're busy too.
So that's where we're set with that, Zach? Okay,
Okay.
All right.
I think we'll just pull a recess now for, have Roger and us go to lunch, or what do we want to do? Just keep going?
We're usually in better moods after lunch. We can do it if you're
Roger,
ready.
you wanna have lunch with us?
He's
should
trying
have
to
lunch earlier. Right, Zach?
Oh,
He's got a meeting.
Let's just do Roger, then
let's
go.
do Roger.
Raj?
I just gotta be done by 3. I got something with the priest. As tomorrow starts land, I gotta go clean my soul.
Recording.
All right, Roger.
So you have to excuse me anyway, I didn't get your email because you sent it to the wrong email address. So,
Oh, I just clicked your name, I
it's-
guess, and I
Colin
didn't have.
showed me that you have R. Rasmussen, you take the dot out.
Oh,
So I don't get, I
So-
haven't gotten any of your emails, if you sent more than just one, I haven't gotten any of them.
Oh, so it never
Emails
even, you would think it would come back to me and say it was undeliverable,
Yeah, I don't,
but
yeah.
I never got that.
I looked through my emails, I don't.
Okay,
I don't
no,
have anything.
I'll make sure I get it. Right,
I see
because
Fred's
maybe
wife
it's,
up there on to save my life.
yep, I saw her trying to get your attention, so I tried to. Right.
Do we want to touch base on that amendment, since I didn't have much time to talk to you on the phone last time? I mean, I know I've talked to,
Yeah. Yeah, I know we're gonna. get a
Kyle,
little
and
bit
I've talked to
detailed.
Dave a little, or Chris.
Kyle kind of filled us in a little bit.
Did he? Okay.
But it'd be good to.
Bring everybody up to date on
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
Craig, you can switch that, I mean, so the new email address would also be just sheriff@crawford.so.net. I mean, the R. Rasmussen
if it's done right, I would get it yet, but you just have to take that.
What a dot, just a dot will make.
Sheriff at crawfordcounty.iowa.gov.
Oh, sheriff at Crawford, SO.
Okay. Huh.
Sheriff's office.
Because like that automatically just populates when I do an email and I type in sheriff, that's what
Is there an
pops
email
up.
set up to the
But
county?
I'll have, maybe have Ryan, I'll talk to Ryan about it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Not my-
Okay.
So as far as the budget amendment, account 1,000 was for the 143. That was wages, deputy wages, but I think we didn't have figured in the payouts, the 20,000, and then the payout for benefits. So that was like 45,000. So that's part of that. The account 1040 is IT services. Account 1050, which is I think the one that you
How
had,
much was IT service?
7. The account 1050, now that's going to include the wages for the jail staff, food, phone, and the cable services. So that's all broke down into that. So with medical as well. So jail wages was 32,000. Medical was 10, food was 40, phone 15, and cable was 4.
Is that, when you say medical, is that medical for the prisoners? Prisoners. And that's the hard one to guess.
It is. I mean, right now we're 10,000 over what we projected last year.
Is that your guest?
What's that?
Still got one guest?
Yes.
The eternal resident.
So, yeah. Well,
Run those
hopefully in April that'll be.
Run those numbers again, 32, 10, and 40. Is that what it is? 32 for wages?
Yep, medical 10, 40 for food, phone 15,
15,000?
1,500, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes. Big difference there.
Sorry.
That's okay, I just thought,
And cable is like 400.
Okay.
So then that would give you your supplemental, the
So
20.
those are things you didn't currently budget for, the phone and the cable?
We did, but so like the Senate, it's hard to budget for it because it just depends on how much usage the inmates are using. So they pay for it. So it shows on revenue what they pay for. So it could be anywhere from 150 a month to 300 to
That's a pay as they go.
450 a month.
That's a pay as they go for them.
Right. So it just depends on how much they may use the phone system.
So basically, it's a spending authority for us on the return.
IT services, I didn't jot that down, I'm sorry, Roger. 7,000?
Yep.
And that's-
And rod has been used quite a bit this year with the new, implementing the new camera systems in the vehicles, and that's where all the expense, that expense came into.
What's Rod's kind of plan going forward? I mean, I know we asked this before, but
He hasn't shown any indication of retiring soon, I guess, within a year, as far as I know, right? He's never said anything.
Yeah, 50, but 60.
All right.
So then the general supplemental would reflect, the 1,000 account would be that, like, papers, everything for the wages. And then the 1050 for the O2 account would for the wages. Sort of like, papers.
What was the total again? 2 or
For the general
total
supplemental.
budget amendment was, I don't remember off the top of my head. This was always a bad thing
wasn't it
to
like
do.
150?
No, more than
I thought it was 245. Does that
I
make
think it was
sense?
She's got it right there.
I've got 227 or 232, let me add.
Okay.
Here it is.
You got it, okay?
That's why
Here's what our thing is, right?
What's the amendment for that?
We've been watching our reserves deplete,
at a rate where Dave
But
had
that's
figured up to 10 years, at the rate we're going, they're gonna be gone.
Right,
We don't want to leave future boards with that disaster. So we gotta, make sure that, I mean, in your department's almost impossible in certain instances, like medical, whatever, to guess where you're gonna be. So that's where our challenge is. When we have to do these amendments, it comes out of the reserves. And, to the point where we want to use some reserves for budgetary purposes this year.
Sure.
But we don't feel we don't feel safe using that, So
That's the only reason.
That's
we're gonna have a budget amendment for one line item, because we're gonna have.
and I know it's hard for you.
Right,
to guess
short
what the other
spending,
amendment
yeah.
is gonna be next year.
Right, and that's the whole.
That's what's
If we get rid of this one person,
literally.
obviously that's gonna save us.
I can't remember the last time I was at an ISAC meeting. I can't remember the last time I was at a NACO meeting, but we didn't discuss this very thing about counties having to pay for Medicaid covers every other level of government.
Right.
Right.
And
We think it's, and that's one of the things, and it's actually something we bring up when they're talking about property taxes. This is one of the things that blows up our budget.
I thought he had enough beat up that day.
231.9
231.9.
Yeah.
for the 01, and then you add 25. So 285 for total.
285.4.
One thing that I have highlighted, if I can just ask the highlighted questions on K-9 training. We only budgeted like 125, the activity last year was 125, now we budgeted 800. We spent $18,452 out of,
It's because we have 2 dogs now,
yeah,
but what you're not seeing, on the revenue side, we've taken in $24,000 in donations.
see, that's why I have to ask the questions, otherwise I just sit there.
Right, so it's,
scratching my head.
It's a
That
lot,
offsets.
or it was actually.
So some of the money came in,
Okay.
started the last budget, and then, so the donations, so there's a little over $24,000 in
That is the
donations.
perfect answer.
So
I
That's
brought
a
that
nice
money in.
donation.
it is, and there's more events coming up, to raise money to keep these dogs going. So that way it's not a burden on the taxpayers.
Thank you.
What are our 2 dogs do? I mean, what's their training?
So, the one that Nate has, obviously is narcotic. He's going back to get certified in search. The one that Garth has now, it's been trained for everything. It's just getting Garth acclimated to the dog now. So he starts in March. So he'll be able to do narcotics.
Zero.
Then you the one over for bite dogs. We don't want to take on that liability. So
So do you take them to the schools and kind of show their tricks?
we will. Yep.
You
We'll
bring
demo, we'll have demos with them.
We'll hide some of the drugs on Dave. They don't mind.
Oh,
She doesn't have like
Dave would say, please not in an election.
Oh,
Because somebody had that on video for you, Dave.
it's gotta be fun. Gotta be fun.
Absolutely.
Always trying to help me out.
So what are you going over there, Kyle?
He's going over things.
Doing what he does.
So, I mean, to me, Roger, the biggest, I know you made one, we found one item for $80,000 that wasn't in your, shouldn't have been in your budget that you,
I think
we crossed that off.
Didn't we do 2? Wasn't the 80,000 and the 86 120 that I had them in the wrong?
What was the 80,000 on?
I just remember crossing out
What
the
number was
80.
that?
I crossed out the 86,
Oh.
120.
And then
Yeah.
the 84 for the contract cities. I think I had those double down, right?
Well, I
But,
have,
I mean, because I'm just saying, Roger, before we did that, the budget increase that you were proposing over last year's budget is 34.15%. And we granted you a 10% increase your first year, because I think as a board, we felt that there were some obvious things that maybe the previous sheriff had not done or let go or not kept up on. And so we granted you a 10% increase over the budget from the previous year. And I guess to come in after being granted a 10% increase and asked for a 34.15% increase just seems astronomical in my eyes when we're all trying to focus on saving taxpayer dollars. So I'm sure you're aware of that.
And I am aware of that, but my concern is public safety as well, right? So.
I understand.
I mean, you'd like to budget for, you can just speculate what you're gonna need. Obviously, something major happens, they're just gonna throw your budget all out of whack, right? This year I put in
budget amendment process.
Right. This year I put in for 2 deputies with that grant. So that's where your large increase is coming, because that's, if you take those 2 out, that's 324,000.
And the grant is
with
for
wage,
how?
with the wage.
The grant is for
and me
how much?
redoing the wage. The grant's for 250 over 3 years.
So
86,120 a year. That's what we would get from that grant.
So that, okay, the $250,000 grant doesn't even pay for the salaries and benefits of the.
Right. So the grant is it's a matching grant. So I mean, they want the county to put in some as well, and it's for two deputies. Now, if I can. I don't know if I call them and those be full-time because they'd be the school resource officers there who would deploy. Obviously, reaching out to the schools is another, but I guess I need to know where we're at as far as, I'm not going to waste the school's time. I'm not going to waste our time if you guys nix the grant.
Right.
Basically, right? I mean, so it'd be a waste of time. Schools, like when
Can you cover the schools with your current?
What's that?
Current staff? Can't you just make that part of the current rotation of your deputies or of your, I keep calling them deputies and I know they're not all deputies.
We patrol the towns, yes.
Right.
But I mean, we also have, contract towns that we deal with now too. But I mean, we're talking 4 county schools that we have. So it's not like we're not in town, but these would give resources inside the school with them. When I talked to Charter Oak, they would just do 1 day. There's no dates set as far as how many days they would want. But I mean, that's kindergarten through 12 there. That's the only full function school that we have in the county now as far as K through 12. Dow City, elementary is there. Right. Slushwick, basically it's elementary through junior high.
So I think they're K-8, just like Charter Oak.
I mean, it just seems to me that it would make sense that if I have my current staff is currently patrolling in those exact same communities, that they could take 30 minutes, 15 minutes, an hour, different days of the week, so it's never at the exact same time, and they just stop into the school, walk the halls with the principal or whoever, walk back out, and they're not there for a day or they're not there for 2 days in a row. They're just there periodically. Every once in a while they stop in. I would think that would be sufficient. I mean, I think that's kind of what the Denison PD does with schools in town.
PD, but we're not Denison PD, right?
I understand that, right? But I'm just saying they do the same thing as far as.
Tell that to Perry. Tell that to some of these schools where they didn't have. If the deputy just come in there, just say, 15 minutes. Okay, hey, all right, deputy's gone. So I'm going to come in and shoot it up. I'm just
right. I'm saying if it's periodic, then the people don't know when he's coming, what day he's coming.
I understand where you're getting at.
Right.
I do.
I understand the courts as resource officer. It isn't just for the protection, but it's for the outreach to the kids.
Exactly. It's to build rapport with them.
Do we need a full-blown cruiser for these guys? Because really, to me, you'd want an unmarked car out in that parking lot, so they don't really know whether he's there or not. You know what? You see what I'm getting at?
You want the mark on there so they know that there's a.
But then they'd also know when he's not there.
So, true. That is true as well.
So and that's why. I mean, if it's well known that we're now doing resource officers, that there isn't a car one way or the other. Well, is he there or not? I mean, it's like when people ask me if I'm carrying my concealed weapon. I say, well, I carry about half the time. Well, when's that? Well, do you want to find out? Do something stupid. You know what I'm saying? That's the attitude I have with that. So, and I'm just looking at if we start. I mean, obviously, if we build this resource officer, it's going to be something that
if the schools are supporting it, hopefully they'll be able to add to your budget. And if they see the advantage of it, long-term, you'll have that. But then we can start working more into the budget, you know, because obviously payroll is always one of your biggest things for any employer. So, I mean, putting somebody on full-time, especially if there's two of them, you know, putting them on full-time, that's going to be a large wage there with their wage plus diapers, plus insurance, plus everything else. And if we pay for cruisers and all that comes with that, you know, because deputies take their cruisers home, you know, so they'd probably be there to support you and other stuff if they get their cruisers there. Or if they could drive in to here and meet with you per se, or whoever, and get to a scene if you use them after hours other than the resource officer. I mean, that's my only concern is if we're hiring them as resource officers, but we're making them full-time deputies. I mean, we're really putting a large chunk on the budget all at once, instead of like progressively adding to it.
And that's a stipulation for the grant. It has to be full-time.
Yeah. Is it?
Does it have to be two?
The grant says two. That's what I mean. I can call and see if we can get one, but they may cut the funding.
Right.
You know, it'd be nice if they would leave the funding at 250,000 for
For one, yeah.
Right,
You know, absolutely.
See, there's another way of grants making an unfunded mandate on this,
pretty
you know,
much.
by basically, hey, we're giving you some bait to do something that's important. I think it's vital that we do this with the schools. But you know, when we're getting screamed at about property taxes, I mean, this is another unfunded mandate thrown at us, you know, through what you're trying to accomplish here, you know, I mean, and that's what's the hard pill for
I
us.
mean, technically, Ty, it's not an unfunded mandate.
Well, but
You're
if we
picking by
accept it,
choice to
yeah.
do this.
Yeah, but if we accept it, it's an unfunded, you have to do this to get it.
That part is.
That part's what I reckon. Not full blown unfunded.
Right.
You're right.
So do you know the weight, is there a stipulation on how much you have to pay them?
For 3 years, it's gonna cost us
What will we start at a lower rate than the rest of your guys?
Right. Depends on the experience.
Oh.
And I've kind of worked on pay scale. I mean, I think I told you that. I was working on that. I think I got one.
No worries.
I mean, I think currently what the pay you got is over a 3-year period is gonna, just in salaries, it's $457,000. It'll cost the taxpayers without FICA and IFRS and benefits and patrol cars.
Basically double what the grant, or again with the grant, so the grant plus.
I mean, it's up to us time to. Here again, I'm not arguing the point of it's worth it or not, I'm just throwing it in numbers.
Right.
But now Roger, hear me out, maybe you thought of this as well, I don't know what.
That's just
How many
salary.
hours a day you have officers going around serving papers or whatever, would it be easy to hire that out and put that officer in the schools? I don't know, I'm just throwing different ways of thinking out, Roger, to try to accomplish the same goal.
Can you do that without a deputy, a certain serve paper, you said?
And you have a process server come in, hire that, but no, I'm just not, I don't know.
Right.
I don't, it would free up an officer.
Yeah, good point.
But
I don't know.
revenue.
How much time the
We
officers
get paid to
spend
do
serving
that.
papers? I don't know
Yeah,
that.
should we get paid, would get paid the same for having what do you call it?
Process server.
Process.
Well, I assume that'd be somebody independent, so otherwise, you have to pay them the wage to be here, you know, just like a civil.
Maybe it's contract with them or whatever, no
Yeah.
benefits or nothing.
Yeah. I mean, some of the attorneys have gone away from the sheriff's office because it is a little bit cheaper, but a lot of them still go to the sheriff's office. So I mean, you're.
How many papers do you think your whole sheriff's department serves in
I
a?
think you have it in there.
Well, that's
Is that in your-
870, 890 papers.
In a year?
Last year.
So more than just our attorney serve.
837.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
70 papers
it's-
a month.
What'd you say?
70 a month is what,
Okay.
I thought
Everybody,
paper was awful busy.
40 a year.
24 hours.
We were that busy.
So, yeah, I mean, it's,
That was.
and obviously it's hit and miss too. It depends on who's still do or whatever, you know, but.
About the same year.
76 a month.
And
is
does the
25.
sheriff's department, are they the only ones that serve the papers in a county? I mean, like if it's in an incorporated area that has their own police department, does
They
that
don't
police
serve-
department
They
do
don't
it?
have the authority to serve.
What's that?
They don't have the authority to serve.
Okay, so only the sheriff's department does. Huh, didn't know that.
Works for the county courthouse. That makes sense.
Okay.
And Aaron, I'm just trying to learn out of them 76, is that some of them going back multiple times, or is that count? 'Cause I'm sure.
That doesn't include the trips there. No,
Yeah.
that is not true. That is actual
That's the
papers that we
paper,
have.
but-
That doesn't, some of those trips, you could do 5 to 6 trips before you
You
get
get checked for each trip?
We do mileage. Yep.
That's what I was wondering, so. That's, okay,
Those are actual,
I'm just trying
those
to
are
wrap
actual
my head.
papers that are served.
that's the main times the judge or whatever said, Roger, go serve these papers.
Right.
And then hypothetically, that one paper could take you 20 times to get them people served.
You're right,
Extending.
hypothetically, yeah, you could, yeah, whatever it takes to get them served, yep. Some of them put a cap on it, you know, some will give us a dollar amount, it's like, okay, after $75, return it back to us. So we know, okay, their cap is $75, so. But, yeah. But those are actual papers,
People
not,
don't think about what you're actually doing.
right.
Well, I just thought I had to try to, you know, just
I appreciate
feel that it worked, well, could we do it some other way?
And a lot of your sheriff's office do have a civil department that just handles courtroom security, service, paper service.
Goes like a full
you know.
county.
Yeah.
So, which doesn't take the deputies off the road and from patrolling.
I appreciate you looking outside the box, Kyle.
You know, I think Roger's got a vision that where he wants his sheriff department to be at, and I respect that. It's, like I said, you know, $457 a taxpayer to get the 2 resources.
I'm gonna do it proportionally. Without compromising safety. That's your.
Roger, the one question I had, just thinking of the thing, so we talked about it a little bit. You still have 60,000 for food prep. Yeah, I talked about 2 jailers, meals.
They haven't started, so hopefully they should be, that's the goal. That's been the goal all along, is to have them do it. So, and it'll save quite a bit of money. I mean, obviously, we don't know how much it's gonna save right off the top, but
You have a dietitian, when you do it.
you have to have one sign off. I think we've been using school.
I'm gonna say they probably got, they got several.
Yeah,
So you do
so
it like-
for years past, just once a year.
So do you do a weekly, meal plan and then they have to sign off on it?
So, just once a year from what I understand. I know staff is down there, they've been trying to do, setting up a monthly plan, just, you know, what they have.
Got your stove and your pots and pans,
All that stuff ready.
got that last year.
Yeah, so now it's just getting the food here, getting cooking.
Like crock pot meal type
Yep.
thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's the goal anyway, just to eliminate some of that cost. $75,000 to $80,000 a year for food,
Isn't that crazy?
a little extreme.
I thought that was additional part-time.
What's that?
She's asking on the budget amendment, 32,000. No wage.
Yeah.
That was
That's-
extra part-time.
That's for everybody total, yeah, because I think we're already, and obviously, like I said, Amy's wage was coming out of the jail
And we
bank
just,
as well, so I moved that back over, that was like 49,000 that I put back in there, but we still went short a little bit.
to,
Are we paying still Susie's on some that you weren't planning? Is that what part of the problem?
Susie, that's done.
Yeah, I know it's done now, but in your budget, to make the amendments, is that why you needed to have some money for that?
It's just to cover the jail staff for the rest of the year, yeah, we're running a little short on that.
I mean, your 1060 line is gonna end up with a positive amount, the way it looks. Start paying Amy or whoever out of the 1060 line instead of doing 32,000.
The admin secretaries.
1060.
So that's what I moved over, that 49,000 was from, no, yes. Because that would have been the remaining from,
So is she getting a raise from 49,000 to 64,000?
that's next year's.
Right, so currently this year,
She's at 60 right now.
she's at 60 right now, okay.
Well, current year,
Current year, you still have 71,000 left in that line item.
1060. 1060.
We spent 35,818, we've got,
Actually, it's 42,618.
Which one is
for
that?
Up in the admin secretary line.
What page is 1060 on that?
page 13 of 104.
Okay, very good.
Carrie showed,
71,
Carrie has it as a 230.
because I just printed this morning, so I would have it.
Got 40-some thousand
No, I
as of
didn't.
today.
This is what you budgeted for the current year, this is what you've spent so far, so you're not even. you're not even
64,034.
close to spending that.
Right, yeah. I mean, when that
Just
was,
did
this
a-
was done, Amy and Susan are supposed to both be out of that.
She got the job
Not,
approved.
Right,
so, yeah, the money I had left over, technically, I'm moving it to the jail from there.
That's what we're saying is instead of
they're
having
two different
$32,000.
function numbers, what do you, I don't understand what you're
It
moving.
just in my head, that
Oh,
I'm moving, I have
that's
money
scary,
here.
Roger.
I know. I know it is.
Now we know.
Now
So
we
that's-
know.
Yeah, because I knew, because that was supposed to be for both secretaries when we did the budget last year, that
Yeah.
dollar amount.
Yeah,
But for some reason, Amy's wage was coming out of the jail part-time. And full-time.
So it's not gonna be, so the jail part-time last year was 208, I guess that's 1,050. Is the fund number, ending in 1005. We were at 208, 349. That's what was budgeted. And that included Amy's wage in that budget before.
Correct.
And we've spent 161, but that increase from 208, 349 to 270 proposed is a 29.9% increase. And Amy's out of that original number of 208. So that's a real huge jump in jail labor, huge.
Yeah.
Are you going to, okay, so are we talking about the amendment yet? Or are we talking?
Nope, talking about the
You're
budget.
talking about,
Okay,
we're talking about the amendment.
okay.
And
Uh-oh.
then you guys are talking about next year's
Talking
budget.
about the budget, yep.
So,
I'll let you guys
see where I'm
finish.
off here?
I'll let you guys finish your conversation.
Roger, keep
But
up.
that would include, that's full-time, that's two full-time people.
Two added
Two
full-time?
added full-time people.
And why are we adding two? Is that?
So there was enough, what did I say, 600 or 385
Shifts times 8.
shifts times 8,
Part-time. That's what I
part-time.
wrote
That's
down.
what they covered last year.
Talking about for the jailers.
Yes. So which was
385 times 8?
380.
385.
385. Whoops, I didn't have the 5 on it.
That's 3,080 hours. And they're at, the full-time is what, 2080, right?
2080.
Right, per year, right?
Yep, 3,080 hours.
Yeah, so I mean, there's 1,000 hours extra that part-time people are putting in as well. So that's the reason for the two full-time, and that's the reason for that jump.
But you should see that, sorry to mention.
Are the part-time people not wanting to do it? Because traditionally.
It's hard to schedule, because the part-time people have full-time jobs also.
Oh, they do?
Yes, yeah, they're just not doing anything. It's just, it's hard for Janet to get them scheduled into the, when needed.
Which is probably mostly the evening.
Yeah, 4 to midnight, and then midnight. I mean, we have full-time person that's an overnight person, but obviously they still need time off.
Yeah.
So you need part-time people to cover overnight shifts. Your 4 to midnights, then, so
You still have to have part-time people then too to cover vacation?
you won't be as needed as much. If you go with 2 full-time,
That was gonna be my question. You should see that drastically cut back that
Overtime.
3,080 hours overtime or
will
part-time.
one of these full-time people be overnight?
so they'll be floating, yep. They'll be
I mean,
rotating.
they'll have to, because there aren't enough daytime hours to have, 4 jailers full-time,
You got Janet, Jody,
daytime,
If you ask them, they would love to have
not in this year.
three jailers on it at a time.
How many are
shift.
currently on at a time?
Most time there's just one.
Most, okay.
So you got
Sometimes during the day there's.
So this would
that's when
take
you
the
have
total-
4. That's when you have.
full-time jailers up to 6 full-time, if these 2 are hired.
So there's 3 full-time without Janet right now. So which would,
Three
Janet has her own wage, right? So there's 3 full-time jailers, 1 full-time jailer to cover each of the shifts. And then your part-time people fill in everywhere else.
So there's Janet and a jailer during the day.
Sometimes, not all the time, yes. That it just depends if you get part-time people to cover the shifts. So otherwise, that full-time person is bouncing around.
Does Janet take a shift?
She's 8 to 4.
But is she considered a jailer or is she?
Administrator.
Management?
Administrator.
She's the administrator of the jail.
Yep.
I guess that's where I'm trying to wrap my head around, Roger, is bring on 2 full-time jailers, I get it. They're 2,080 hours a year each, should offset all that part-time, all that overtime. So you should make up 80,000
That's
that expense.
well, that's the reason. Yeah, I mean, you still have the 3,000 hours, so you still have a full-time person plus a half, right? So I mean, you'll be adding.
Adding 1,000 hours.
Adding 1,000 hours, but that should cut back on full-time people that have overtime too. That's not in that 1,000.
But these 2 full-time people now we're paying benefits on now. We weren't paying on the part-time people.
But those two as much benefits.
Well, then IFRS is still pay IFRS, right?
IFRS, yes, IFRS.
Right, like I say, from the health benefits.
Yep.
But you don't offer them insurance.
No. And some of these part-time people now are doing 40 hours a week. So, I mean, that's.
So if you made no changes, could your part-time people cover that 3,080 hours this year? Since they covered 3,080 hours last year.
They could. It's just, like I said, it's a struggle trying to find part-time people to cover.
Would
I
any
mean,
of
so
these
she's offering
part-time,
them.
would any of the part-time people be full-time if you made them a full-time offer? They would, you think?
Would they ever consider doing 12-hour shifts to make it?
I've been trying to push the 12-hour shifts.
You're the
They're just
boss.
not, they're just not to that point
You're
yet.
the boss.
Make everybody happy.
Sometimes,
Yeah.
sometimes we cannot.
I understand that. But
We try to.
I would love for them to go 12-hour shifts.
Yeah.
I mean, it would make things a little bit easier.
After my first budget session, I gave up on making
Yeah,
everybody.
exactly.
But then now you're talking 2184 instead of 2080 hours. Because you have to add, just like the deputies, they're at 2184 because we do 12-hour shifts. So then the jailers would be at 2184. So you have 8 full-timers if you do that? Is that what you said? 6 included Janet.
Janet's basically kind of just keeps the books or what is it? Jailer
She runs, she does the ordering. So she's the administrator for the jail.
They're stop down and see what everybody does. Sometimes they ask me a question. Put you to work.
I said, be careful, they'll put you to work.
Yeah, come on now.
Hey,
They need a cook and you're good.
I
There you
am a
go.
good cook. The
And
guys-
sandwiches for everybody.
Eggs, sandwiches.
Breaking into jail.
And the clothing and supplies in the jail, is that for the workers or the people or the inmates?
So is that one?
For 25 grand.
Okay, so before when we were up here talking, I was talking about adding everything together because we're bouncing around. These 2 pages between the sheriff's office and the jail, as far as service contracts, is what these 2 pages are. I went back to the previous year and looked line by line to see what all came out. You're talking camera license, you're talking shield wear updates, run about 5,000 a year. Camera license is 1,100 a year. Electronic contracting, 7. SIDNet, again, that just jumps around, and that would all be part of that supply stuff. It could run from 300 to 600 a month, depending on usage. Fire, Northwest Fire, $400. When I was reading it, looks like every quarter they come in and do their inspection on the fire. So I mean, yeah, so you're talking $1,600 there. And then
another fee for $375. CSI is whenever they need help with IT stuff, they call them. That all added up. Iowa Public Safety, $3,000 for that. $1,200 for us to use, to be able to run vehicles in our through our MDTs. Cloud storage, $1,000 for mobile data, which is our computers.
So you're saying all of those expenses you've been running out of fund, the 10, 50?
They've been bouncing around everywhere. And that's why I wanted to do is put them all basically on one line item, so I know everything is coming out of that.
So you removed them from where they were being spent?
Right. Well, yes.
How do we know that?
Anyway. So when I went through and I labeled from our previous budget review here, so and I know you guys know that.
So what you're looking at is different than what we got originally? You've changed it,
I went back through and adjusted, because I think before we talked about taking the 2 full-time off, right? And just doing what I have. And that's kind of where I started, but again, it's not complete. I apologize because I didn't know we were having this today. So like the equipment for deputy, the contract. So that's going to include your Axon, it's going to include in-house computers, other service contracts through that. So the public safety, the cloud fees.
Well, I know, Ty, you're not gonna be here next week, but I mean, if Roger's still preparing that with the changes that are different than what we have, almost makes sense that we should just get a copy of that, so we have a chance to go over that, and then meet again with Roger.
I'll type it in, I mean, obviously.
Then meet again with Roger. In a week or.
Probably read that red page better than anybody else.
What's that?
If you put that in an email.
You can put that in an email, and you'll have
I
a
can
copy
go
of
over
it.
it on
You
the
can address it. You can.
On the way home or something.
You can let us know what you want us to talk to him about.
Yeah, so like this first one here, I've got Axon Services, TCP, contract, Marco, Cloud, Iowa Department of Public Safety. I'm trying to just put them all on one line item, just so, to be honest, I don't know how Jim really did it. Bounce it around, take it from here to there.
I think he bounces around all the time. Jim just would.
None of them really, I mean, there's nothing really truly indicated where service contracts come out, and it's just kind of just grabbing it from here to there, so.
How about we start out with the zero budget and then you do.
That's what Cindy wants us to do.
You're not laughing with us.
I just need to know, as far as this grant thing, if you don't, if that's not feasible, then I will.
I mean, I don't think it is, Roger. I don't think
I hate to be that guy, I just don't see it playing out, unfortunately. I mean, I see definite need for it. Just, I hate to put us in a spot this year, and then next year we can't even come close to affording the tax. The way they're talking.
This year's hard for us because we've got these changes coming about.
I don't want to set up for disaster. Like, unless the schools are gonna come up with that.
I don't know where they
$152,000 that we're short.
Yeah,
they're not gonna do that.
I'm going for it, I don't think.
I mean, if I told you when we met, if I could see a break even or close, I'm not against that.
Why wouldn't the schools, why don't they have as
I mean,
much
they're not-
interest in
They're not even
safety?
included.
Well, I'm just not to that dollar.
Oh,
That's
okay,
what
all
I'm
right,
getting
all right.
They are concerned, yes.
And they're not even included in tax reform yet, so they can just talk from that.
Yeah.
I would say it benefits them, because, a school resource officer, I think when I talked to Adam over in Charter Oak, it's just like a suit, you'll get $8,000 from the state per school resource officer, so I mean, that helps them out as well, I guess. But,
Well, the school gets it?
But do they give it to you then?
well, they would have.
We'd have to negotiate that, because they would not voluntarily give that to us.
What do they do with it?
Just kind of fill it into a line
Give it
somewhere.
to one of their
No idea.
one of their staff and just.
I suspect their budgets aren't any different than ours. Once the money's in there, the money's in there.
Everybody gets.
The only other, really, Roger, I mean, now that line item food, jail, shouldn't that
Be less?
number going down with the hiring of the staff, cooking our own?
And it will, yeah, but again, you know, what do you,
I would,
we've never done this before. So,
I would rather, instead of taxing for it, see where it goes, cut that back, and just know that if we had to do a budget amendment, and I'm not saying that I'm in favor of budget amendments, but knowing that,
I'm gonna bark at you for your own reasons.
Yeah.
I don't know.
There's 40,000 in the amendment for food.
it's just based on
And it's
7,000,
already overspent.
Well, then it
7,000 a
goes
month.
back to the question, would we rather just contract hire and not do it in-house? I mean, we got to
That's
see.
where your contract hire though, you're spending $7,000 with Hy-Vee every month.
Because we haven't got it going yet.
So we're definitely gonna save, it's not gonna cost us $7,000 a
But
month.
if we have to hire a new jailer just to run the meal program, we're gonna be paying 84,000 in salary and benefits. To offset the 84,000 we're spending in
Our
Hy-Vee.
benefits are what makes things not affordable, is the other problem.
That's what I mean.
I get the benefits, yeah.
Yeah.
I totally get the benefits.
Yep,
But
that's,
you're at 3,000 hours right now. So if we can make it work with just one full-time person and, you know, that they bounce around enough. If they go to 12-hour shifts, obviously it'll help out. But so that it'll save you your extra 1,000 hours. Which would take care of the benefits, right?
easier to manage.
What's that?
It'd be easier for you to manage 12-hour shifts, you know, rather than all this switching around.
I guess in my mind, where I'm going, I didn't want to budget $7,000 a month for food and hire two new jailers.
So when you move to 12-hour
Something
shifts
has to.
and you have all part-time people, again, these part-time people have full-time jobs
Yep.
and probably aren't able to work 12 hours. So we run into that problem as well.
Split it out to each one works a 6 to take up for the person that does 12. That'd make it easier for part-time people.
It'd make it easier for them to be there, but they still have the hours of their full-time job.
Right.
Can you work around that?
I don't have all the answers.
No,
I
I'm just,
got
that's why I was
questions.
bringing that point up. I mean, I'm trying to check what he said.
Yeah, I get it, I
It's,
get it.
it's Janet
Yeah.
has got to figure out when she can get them put in. But if they're working at an 8 to 5 or 8 to 4 or 9 to 5 during the day, obviously they're not available for your morning or your afternoon shift.
And not everybody wants to do it. It's just not.
And then, you know, if you work a full-time job during the day, now there's some people that are pretty motivated and they're young enough that their eyes stay open to work a 6-hour till midnight or start early in the morning.
So, and that's what they're doing. Some of these guys now are working from midnight to 8, get around, come back in 4 to midnight. But 16 hours a day, they're working just to get it covered. So,
I don't have the answer.
So can you do that, Roger, as far as compile that information, get it emailed to us,
I see how you were breaking.
and we'll try to meet next week, because I know the week after, we've got a meeting with Farm Bureau, so we'll have to be gone. Kyle, do you have something?
That's all.
So you got your hand in the air, or?
No.
do you have a dollar amount right now that you want?
What I have put on my paper, Roger, I mean, if
Well, not counting deputies and
I mean,
Roger's
there's,
salary.
if we get rid of them resource officers, there's 238 and,
2 vehicles?
2 vehicles, so there's 140, so.
There won't be 2 vehicles, it'll be 1 vehicle.
Yep, so we're getting rid of 2
One vehicle.
vehicles and 238,000, so we're at
So I didn't add 2
370,000
vehicles
less
in
than
every resource. We have a spare unit.
I was gonna
so
say
we're
400
just gonna use
even.
that one, so it's just been 3
Not
vehicles for
roughly,
this
yeah.
year. Which is our normal 2 that we replaced and just added.
So, I mean, if that makes any.
Does that help,
Down 370,000, if you get rid of the resource officers and 2 vehicles, you're down 370.
2 vehicles, no, 1 vehicle.
Oh, you're on, well,
I
then,
only put 1 vehicle because we have a spare one
okay. so
that they would be using, so I have 3 vehicles total. Every year we replace 2.
70,000, be 300.
Every year he does 2.
300,000. 238, 70, 310.
But if we don't do the grant for the resource officers, is what you're saying?
Yep, but then you have to add 80 back on that, because you're not getting that revenue.
I mean, out of the last year that Steiny was here, he budgeted $40,000 for
I
vehicles.
like the resource officers, so.
Yeah.
We just had one.
Sure,
We gotta have.
then you look at another line, and he took a vehicle out of there, and that line was like 60 to 70,000 over budget. Because he took a vehicle out of that separate line.
But he was pretty notorious at saying, well, you just tell me what you want my budget to be, and I'll make it what it is.
That's what Jim would.
If we renege some of our ARPA dollars, we can fix this quick.
Well, I'm almost curious if you just want to hire an extra deputy on our own. Might be cheaper than going to a grant.
And getting a grant.
To jump through the.
Yeah, push pencil to that.
Three, what?
Well,
I mean,
well, my number was 310, but then you gotta add 86 back in there.
That's revenue, so that's.
But, yeah, take 310 off of the expenditures, and you're gonna lose 86 on revenue, so.
How close can you get to 400?
Like the 310 better.
I mean, I like to see him just get to 3 million.
Like what?
I mean, I don't want to see anything over 3 million.
I had it too.
We'll be at now.
Your total
You need to
expenditure.
see the changes in general and general supplemental.
We do.
You don't worry about those other funds because they're not levy funds. Don't- Using that bottom
Right.
dollar amount, it's not.
So I just, yeah,
the way to do
we're
it.
taxing, but the general supplemental is underneath that. So we have to add the 809,366 to the 2.6, is that right? 2,618,728.
728.
And then add, that's taxed in general basic. And then in general supplemental, we've got 809,366. So those two added together comes to without any revenues, right? That's 3.4 million right there, basically.
3,400,000. Four, 450 is expected revenue.
Down to 4 million.
4 million? That'd be 4 million.
Down.
He'll take 4 million,
Oh, no, it was 3 million.
It was three, I
No,
mean,
I'd like to.
adding those two up is 3 point.
not helping.
You two can't sit together.
Throw one more number at me.
As much as we look at numbers this time of the year, I wouldn't want your job looking at numbers.
She wants it. She counts numbers in her sleep.
I mean, last year, that dollar amount adding up those two was $2,547,095. This year, if you add them up, it's gonna be about $3.4 million, so a $900,000 increase. And that's up 33.33%. That's to say, that's not having your updated numbers, that's just using this original first sheet that had those two things already crossed off. So he's got to get to a meeting, I know.
Yeah, I mean, with those reductions in there, comparably, I'm not 100% sure, Carroll County
Is around 1.7 million for their entire sheriff's budget.
Yeah.
Jail is separated.
Jail is out.
The jail isn't part of theirs. is
They're
it?
2.3,
Yeah.
because they're running 600,000 for the jail.
There you go. That's, I guess, is that a different number? Yeah.
So we certainly would like to be closer to that number.
And granted, these are still a full salary increase. So, I mean, I think that's $20-some thousand each deputy if I had that figured right. Well,
Plus, you're figuring FICA, night insurance.
Or you figured, yeah,
The
total.
whole thing.
Total cost for
Pay
taxpayer.
1.2 million. Take out 113,000, 126,000 for the rest and the other ones. That leaves you $1.2 million and divide that by 8, that's
But it-
$98,000 a piece for them, and there's what, 78,000 now, and that's 98 times
But that-
8 is
That 1.2
784,000.
has the 2 new additional deputies.
Yeah, and that leaves 238,000 left in there for 2 new deputies. So 98 minus 78 is 20,000. Unless I'm figuring it out.
Roger's gotta run.
Yeah, I mean, I could run them numbers again, Roger, but.
The way I calculated it was 12.
Which is what percent is 12?
So it depends because I've come up with a pay scale
which
now,
I-
so it's not gonna be 12. But my pay scale is, just like we discussed before, the 20-year veteran should be making more than the 4-year.
You don't have my sheriff
So
numbers in.
I've adjusted quite a bit.
I wanted to be at 2.75 with salary. I didn't want to be over that, I should say.
2.75% over previous year budget.
What's that?
2.75% over previous year budget.
Cost of living's.
Two
That
more.
work next Tuesday for you.
What's that?
Work next Tuesday after our meeting.
Okay,
I should have it.
Thanks, Roger.
Alright.
Email correction.
I will get that corrected. Right.
Let him know if you don't get it.
Email him.
If you send us all that email, we'll have it correct.
It's true. Yep. I gotta make sure I have everybody's email.
I'm just T. Romford.
Yeah, myself.
I'll give it to her.
D-Mobile.
Thanks, Roger.
Thanks, Roger, for your time. Appreciate it.
We gonna recess?
Yeah. We're going to recess for an hour and be back 2 o'clock.
Thought we
Oh,
were
we're
going.
gonna,
I got a 3 o'clock that I can't break.
Colin.
I've already pushed it off.
Well, it's just Collins. Collins is the only one we got left.
Okay. Well, and I just gotta drive to the church at 3 o'clock, so, or be there at 3.
He'll wait for you.
And it's,
Well, you don't need a whole hour for lunch.
$248,000.
Half hour.
it might take me.
Oh, God, I'm exhausted.
Just on my profanities, I might need an hour.
Just today.
Just today.
Just today.
Just this morning.
Don't I remind you about that?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You are such a saint. I said, well, you're a geek.
I always question that.
Where would I be without my 2 Catholic?
We on a break?
Reduce those other line items.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
You get home.
No.
What do I need to call? I gotta call. Oh, I gotta call Kyle. I got a meeting
Thank you,
with a
Ryan.
higher authority at 3, so you'll be out of here.
We have to have
Great news.
We'll make this easy.
No.
Meeting with my priest.
Thank you for taking time, Colin. Kind of variable, we didn't have any set schedule, so appreciate you fitting us in. But I guess we wanted to look at your budget. We know we talked about it before. I mean, total number wise, what you presented last year, what you come with this year is a 28% increase.
Now, does that,
That includes the
Include-
salaries that you put.
but also, I think last time there was some discussion on my, I don't know what's it called.
County attorney collection.
Yeah,
after
that-
threshold.
Yeah, is that figured in? I think
That's
last time.
in that number.
Okay, well, that's not part of the tax asking though.
Okay,
That's 46,000.
so we just have to, right, so you've got 46, then 15 in the forfeiture funds. That's not taxable either.
No, that's just, I
And
need a number to
Neither is
house the
the
money.
substance abuse tract.
Yep.
So it's just the 496 plus the 148. So basically it comes to 642 is taxable.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt an increase, but those would not be part of it.
642,
Or 644, 815.
644, 815.
Yep. Is what the tax asking is.
What percentage increase is that? Did you figure that?
We're doing that calculating. Remind me again what the flex benefit plan Department 4 is that.
Yeah, that was something that I haven't followed up on yet.
Yeah,
It's way out of balance,
oh,
right?
yeah,
Yeah, wait,
more like the 300, not 3,000.
Yeah, so
extra.
right before she left, Joni showed me a bill. And I think I have it in my notes.
Sorry.
And the flex admin charge, that line, she showed me a monthly statement where my office is paying $60 per month per employee
What?
for that.
No. For what,
No, they're not.
what's the
It's called the
benefit?
flex administration charge is the bill she showed me. And with the
I
changeover,
mean, you've only paid $152 this year,
yeah, I know, which is,
so how is that?
It's a Minnesota charge.
I submitted a bill, or submitted my budget. No, let's back up. First of all, if it's wrong, we'll change it. But when I submitted this initial bill, I wanted to be able to cover a cost that I was just shown was costing my office $60 per month per employee.
Per month per employee, but what are we getting for that?
The bill was called flex administration charge. So I figured it was, I don't know, the monthly cost of.
Who'd you write the check to? Who'd we pay? The company, an insurance company, or?
I don't have the bill.
Okay.
Like I said, Joni showed it to me before she left, and with the changeover, I haven't.
Is it
found
something
it back.
new that you didn't pay it for 2 years, now you're gonna have to start paying it? Is that the deal?
So the handout sheet, the cheat sheet provided by the auditor's office, the math certainly is different. I mean, the math shows a much different number, and I readily acknowledge that. It's just that when I submitted my budget, the most recent information I had on that line showed my office paying $60 per month per employee. So I wanted to be able to have that covered in any budget that I submitted. If it turns out that I misread a bill, or maybe that was for something else entirely, I mean, I'm not wedded to this number. If it's wrong, change
It's
it.
such a small number, but it's just one of those that I had the question mark by from
Well,
last time.
I mean, in the overall budget, it's not big, but it's so much bigger than what last year's cost was. So I can see why it sticks out.
See, I take the low hanging fruit whenever possible.
Yeah, so again, if it's not a math issue, I just want to make sure that that line is covered in my budget. And if what I was paying $60 per month per employee for, the cheat sheet would say that it's $6.34 per employee per month. And so, yeah, that's more like $300 rather than $3,000.
That seems all in line. So I have written on my little sheet here that this 46,000 was an error. Has that been taken out and fixed on,
Yeah, once again, that county attorney collections after threshold. And that's non-taxable.
I have error on there though, that's.
It might be high. I don't know if we'll ever get.
It is a tax.
I don't know if we'll ever get that much money.
But that's offset with revenue.
I mean, those are my only like revenue buckets. Is collections, forfeiture, and the ESAC, which is pure donations from the community that I got years ago and never replenished, but we're still using that money. But I just have to have spending authority out of those accounts.
That's the one that's no levy.
Yeah, see, that's what I have too. But I'll have to go find that bill
Yeah,
again.
that's no levy.
So you currently pay $76 a quarter
Okay.
for your whole office,
Okay.
not per person.
Well, that's
not-
an easy change.
Yeah.
I'll have to locate what that,
Woo-hoo. Yeah, that's what your current.
what
is.
Thanks,
that
Jerry.
$60 per month per employee is.
76 even per quarter,
$304.
304.
Give or take, even with charter oak.
Even with a charter oak education, you get that, right? Well, Fort Dodge matched you.
What line is that?
That one?
420.
You know, I had 305 wrote down there, so I kind
Yeah.
of wonder if we already knew that.
Well, that's what it was.
Yeah, we had this
for a year
short
ago.
discussion last time.
That's leaving an extra dollar in just in case of inflation.
But I think it needs it because it's not even, it's not equal. I mean, it's
all. A little more
They're
than
set
304.
So do it like
305 should get it.
305?
305.
Yeah, 305 is what I had from last year.
So that'll get her.
And so you only pay the admin on the people that actually do flex in your office. Who does, do you know who does flex in your office?
We all do.
Yep, 304.32. 34 times 4 times 12.
I'll do that instead.
Say again?
Kyle can do that in his head.
You probably can.
I was.
My husband can do stuff like that too.
I used to could.
Actually watching Kyle tonight, and watching my dad. And you wanted to graduate high school, you could figure more in his head than most people could with a calculator.
You wanted to tie Martha's salary to yours, right?
Well, I mean, loosely,
As far as a
I wanted to
percentage?
max her out, is what that is. I mean, her pay is, there's no direct tether from my salary to hers. I've used, since she's been part of the office, I've used percentages of my salary, just to kind of get an idea of what she's at. I think she started off at maybe 70% of my salary when she first joined, maybe a touch lower. And so this year, the plan, if it's affordable, would be to she's maxed out at 85% under the code. She can't make more than 85% of the county attorney, much like the chief
I
deputy.
wasn't sure if that was code or not, but.
Yeah, just like chief deputies in other offices. And so the county attorney's office, since I've been a part of it, has never had an 85% employee. I think Martha has earned her stripes, and I'd like to get her there.
One thing I jotted down, you had 30,000 for Carpel, but I wrote down 20,000 across through it, and wrote down 11,000.
So
because we already did some.
that maintenance budget is a bulk of that was Carpel. That's also my IT budget in general. So Carpel comes, or before that, ProLaw came out of that maintenance line. So I've been talking with Ryan. My office currently has a server. So Carpel is a cloud-based file storage system. We just buy terabytes of storage through, we don't Carpel, it comes with the Carpel system. But there are things in our office that need to be backed up that aren't cloud-based right now. So we also have a physical server. And our physical server, I've been told by both Anatomy and Ryan, is basically a dinosaur. It's got a button that essentially is flashing red, which means it's dying. And so part of that $30,000 envisioned replacing that physical server. I got a quote from Anatomy months ago that I haven't acted on yet because I didn't know if I could afford it. It was 12 grand, I want to say. But talking with Ryan more recently, and I think he told you this as well, he's got a whole new wall of servers or available servers. And I've talked to him about being able to steal some space off of one, that would be cordoned off because it'll have sensitive materials on there. So that, I would not need that money for a new server. So that would come out of that money. And then when I swap from Anatomy to county IT, that would also be extra savings that come out of that. So ultimately, that maintenance, repairs and equipment line, the 444000, which is my IT, should really only be left with our monthly and annual car health.
Which would be, off the top of your head, ballpark,
12-ish.
12,000.
Yeah.
12,000. Yeah, I got 11,000 wrote down.
Yeah.
So we must have discussed that.
Yeah.
I got it. IT.
So take that down to 12.
I could go
Right.
12.
Save.
Oh, away from that, I gotcha. I already had, I had 11 also.
I had 11.
Okay, so it's already figured
Yeah. Well, that's what we did the last.
Yeah, that was the last time.
in. Oh, that's why I have mine stacked.
Yeah, that's why I had 11,000.
Okay.
Who stole my whiteout?
I never make mistakes, so I know what I did.
Let's call Jerry quick and find out.
All right, I'll give it to you.
I was gonna say, I don't think I.
No, I'm not saying you.
I was.
I use ink for everything, so that's my eraser.
Scratch it off.
The little big rollers. I need to load the briefcase before I go to Washington.
Any other questions, I guess, for Colin? I mean, certainly if you just take the taxable portion of your budget, last year was 545,024. Taxable portion of the same budget that you're proposing for next year is 644,815, an increase of 18.3%. I don't think there's anybody on this board that's going to approve an 18.3% increase. That does include those salaries. So, I mean, what I saw is there's basically 20 grand of proposed expenses in specific items that have never had anything in there before. And I think those can go out. There's no reason to have them in there.
We had that short discussion last time too. It's not because I've never asked for money for those, like my furniture budget, things like that. It's that when you guys ask me to cut, which I go do, that's what comes out. So my office is the furniture that is used by the administrative staff came over from.
Did you want a desk this year?
Not for me, for the administrative staff, for Liz and for Bonnie, because those desks came from when the county attorney's office was in the other building. Can we survive without them? I mean, probably, but right now Liz has a drawer that only stays shut if she wedges a piece of cardboard in there, or else the drawer pops open. So much is the cardboard. Cardboard recycle, reduce, reuse, and recycle. So I get what you're saying about how if it's zero before, it can stay zero, but I just want to give some context that it's only zero after a cut, not because I've never requested that.
But you would agree that you could, in your budgeting process, if you didn't budget for a desk and the desk fell apart and you went to go buy a desk, you could put it under someone else in your line item and not do it in equipment or furniture.
Yeah, well.
Right, or you could do a budget amendment at the end next year. But we're not doing those.
You don't want to do amendments. It eats up too much of our deemed reserves. If we don't have.
I would say two things. One, I mean, yes, your answer to both of those is yes, but there are reasons why I wouldn't want to do it that way. One is because relying on other parts of the budget that may or may not be there is not always reliable if a desk just simply falls apart. And secondly, a budget amendment for a $2,500 desk is probably not what you guys want to spend your time.
Would the ladies object just doing one desk a year for 2 years?
I mean, probably not. We will make do with what you guys, I mean, I'm not saying, I'm not saying that you guys have to give me this. I'm just saying that if you guys are asking me to justify my numbers, this is what I'm doing. And you guys, of course, I respect and acknowledge your authority to disagree. That's perfectly fine. I will make work what you guys give me, but if you guys want my defense of the budget, that's what I'm saying.
I feel like it's Groundhog's Day that I feel like I maybe asked these questions, but I didn't put a notation in the margin.
Sure.
And I've slept a couple of times since I talked about it last time, so bear with me.
Sure.
On school and mileage, you know, that's
Yes.
do I know that answer?
So there, as this board is well aware, outside counsel can be expensive. There are cases that pop up where either Martha or I are conflicted out and we can't cover simply because we legally and ethically can't do it.
Okay.
So in those situations, we have to get a special prosecutor. We have set up a network in Western Iowa of area county attorneys. Very informal. It's not like an official group. But what we do is we horse trade. We take cases we take their conflict cases and they take our conflict cases. A few years ago, I took a conflict case. Did I have to go to Waterloo for that? I forget. But the point is I have a couple cases. I have a case in Mills County now. I have a case in Monona County now. And I have a case in Cherokee County now that I've taken on conflict. When I travel to those areas, I've been, in years past, I've had similar travels. I've been on my own dime for gas, no reimbursement whatsoever. Now it's a fair argument that, well, if you're going to their county, shouldn't they pay you the gas? And that's going to be part of me taking new cases is going to have it. I've never had that discussion, so I don't feel like I can ask for it after the fact. But in the future, I certainly do plan on saying, hey, I can come to your county.
Same thing for us, so.
Yeah, and it would be the same thing. If someone wants to come here, I'd like to be able to at least reimburse them for the gas mileage. Because if we don't have this network of people who take cases for each other, the alternative is to ask the state to come in, which they may or may not have the resources. My experience is if it's anything less than a felony, they don't have the resources to send someone over here to do that. And then if the state won't come, if no one else will take it, my first prosecution case that I took for Crawford County was when the county still did city tickets, and I worked for Brinkett Sextro. That's a hospice shop now. Was Monkey Quilting for a little bit. And they paid me my hourly rate. It was illegal passing a school bus ticket. Luckily, it didn't cost the county very much because it was disposed of rather easily. But my point is, if I have to pay a lawyer, a prosecutor, their hourly rate to come take a case, that's going to get really expensive for them. So I thought the least I could do was have an account to offer reimbursement, either for them for their gas mileage or for me for my gas.
I'll say it out loud. The only reason that has highlighted for me is, you know, those numbers can be moved around at the end of the year if you haven't used it for that. But, you know, I had that conversation. I just hate to keep it too high because you know that if you're not using it, it could go wherever you want it. You know, the raises that are, it's just a tough one for me.
I get your concern.
Thank you.
I will just offer that, you know, I've crisscrossed Western Iowa on my own dime ever since I've been, even before, for the past 11 years, for the most part, on these special prosecution cases, I've done out of my own mind. So I get your concern about taxpayer money, but you know, there's only so much that I can supplement my own job.
I get it. No, I just, it's, you know, 4,000, we only used 11 and now we're what, 7. Is that more, is that the number that you feel based on how much you?
What line is this again?
Fund 1100 422
42000.
422.
42200. Okay, schools and gas mileage. So that line in particular also pays for Martha and I's yearly training. The Iowa Prosecutors Association puts on 2 trainings a year.
Yep.
One in the spring and one in the fall. We each go to one of them. We don't both go to both of them. One of us goes to
You
one.
did that last year.
We've been doing it every year since the county attorney's office.
I think that's the part the team brings up that sometimes, I don't want to say bothers, but we just question when, 2 years ago, it was budgeted at 4,000.
Yeah.
And was spent $4,212.
Yeah.
You spent right at what you budget.
Yep.
The next year we budget 4,000, and so far halfway through the year we've only spent 1,175.
Right, because it's
So we're halfway there.
Yeah.
So we're halfway there, and now the next year
Yeah.
we're going to 7,000. It's
Yeah.
like, why do we have to do it? Why don't we just? If it's been costing 4,000, why don't we just?
Sure.
4,000.
Perfectly fair point.
Okay.
I will say that also specifically budgeted in that $7,000 figure is there is this annual training in Alabama for,
Remember you talking.
it's essentially online and digital prosecutions. And Martha has become quite savvy at digital prosecutions, in part so because her first year here, we sent her there. She went down to Alabama. She's been part of the conference since remotely, ever since COVID, they've had this remote option. But part of that money envisions sending her back down in person instead of online.
I remember you said that.
Yeah.
Now that you brought it up.
I don't.
You don't.
Doesn't mean.
And again,
just means I don't know.
if we can't afford it,
Thank
I
you.
mean, I think I gave the example last time about if there was a virtual option to attend ISAC down in Des Moines, could you guys do that? Well, sure. Would it be as productive as if you were there in person? Probably not.
So that's why it went to 7, you're wanting to send her a first.
Yes.
Otherwise, you were getting all 3 of them courses in your 4.
Just 2, the spring training and the fall training.
So she wasn't doing the Alabama since she was already doing it?
Remote, but remotely it's like maybe $100 or $200. To appear in person is about $1,000, and then we got to, of course, get her there and then get her hotel. And I think it's a 4-day training.
And did the health insurance plan change since you got a new employee, as far as what you provide? As far
Oh,
as
that's a great point.
Family or single? So I just noticed that was up significantly over last year's budget. It's up 22%. I didn't know if more people would take a family, like the new employee. The old one was taking a single, and the new one is taking.
No, Joni. No, I think Joni had family. Liz is on family. Martha started her career here, not even on the county insurance, but has since joined the county insurance on family. I think Bonnie's a single payer. So any increase in health insurance is either bad math on my part or just a change in the numbers.
Because we had insurance company said it was going to be 3%.
Two point something, 2 change. So, and you've got your budget going up 22% just health insurance.
What line is that?
That
Health
is
insurance.
113013.
He's a numbers guy.
1100. Or fund 002, I guess.
Right, financial at work.
So I had it at 39,440. Is that the one we're talking about?
113
74,000.
993.
Oh, I stapled my. So it's too big to fit an Excel sheet. So I have to. It prints a third page on the side.
Colin.
So I always have to attach it, and it didn't.
You don't have legal paper in your office?
do.
You are a legal office.
But I don't. I always forget to print on it.
It's
Okay.
more expensive, so let him do what he does.
So
That's what it fits on an 8.5 by
I
11
just-
piece of paper.
the dark line, the
Guess
74.
Gotta make sure everybody
Yep,
brings their
74
meters.
Guess
So I have my math here. So my office has 3 family and 1 single.
Are they
And
all regular? Are they all HSA or you have a combo?
they're all
of both?
regular.
Okay.
I don't think anyone in my office has an HSA. So I have
They should.
They'd love it.
82409 times 12 for the family, which is 21,890. Take
Yeah,
that
you're
time.
pretty right on.
Take that times 3.
He's pretty good.
And then you have Bonnie on the single pair, which is 776.87 times 12. You have her just over 9,300. So I just added those together.
Okay.
I just used the numbers provided. And then, I mean, I'm not saying it, I didn't make a
Yep.
math error, but that's,
Maybe $3.32 off.
Well, like
That's
last
all.
year,
Okay. Well, that's acceptable.
Manageable. Our
$3
Crawford,
I round up. I mean, if it's 01, I put it to the next dollar up, just
Yeah.
to make sure it's
Looks good.
covered.
That's good.
I couldn't come up with it either, that's why I had to ask. It's like, okay, what combo of plans are we talking about? My brain was-
So just kind of jotting a few things down, I think to me, some things we have to discuss, and we already have somewhat, but you know, that there's gonna be 18,000 less in it because of Cartel and Ryan. There's just some things like 4,000 furniture, 4,000 miscellaneous, fix the flex benefit to 305, you know, there's a little bit of jump there, kind of just like what we're gonna do here. This furniture, if that's something we hold off on, or I don't even talk about some legal books.
So, yeah, and I think I came here last year, and I purchased the 2025 version of the criminal procedure book. That same practice series, the Iowa practice series, and that book cost $900. That practice series, they make other areas of law other than criminal. They make administrative, they make civil. And more and more of my practice these days includes civil stuff for the county, administrative litigation for the county. And again, it's an ask. If I can go and get one of those books, I think it would be helpful. But if it's not in the budget, then it's not in the budget.
That's under the magazines, books, and videos?
Yep.
Terry, for a function number on this 1,100. So if it stays within that function, you can move them numbers around, correct? So even with the Carpel adjustment, you still have $22,600 worth of new spending within the function number 1,100. So, on 4 lines in a row, it's $15,000 worth of new spending, and obviously 3,000 of it, you want to go to that cybercrime deal in Alabama. Against that. Raises for your secretaries is 7%. 5%.
6.1, I got.
6.1, okay. Cut that down to 3, about $4,000 savings there. So, I just don't, when there's that many numbers that with that loose of a, I mean, in essence, you could take all 22,000 and put it in raises.
No.
You could, in theory.
You
'cause it's
promised
all
you'd
in the
never do
function.
that again.
Huh? All in the same function.
I get it.
We get it, had to take that. Just to get a thought.
I don't, you wouldn't, but in theory you could.
Yeah, I think you're right. I guess if you guys approved a budget, let's say as submitted, right? In theory, if I looked at the office and said, you know what? You guys have been working overtime, you know, and instead of a new desk, I'm sure you'd rather have a 50-cent raise. I suppose once you guys approve the bottom line, that would be a decision reserved for the department. Yes.
Yeah, and that's probably why we sit here and question it. Why line so much going.
Well, once bitten, twice shy. And that's maybe just to make it do.
But I get the setup. I get the setup you guys have. So I think I said this last time. We all share the interest in spending the county's money responsibly. So that's where we all start. From there, your interest, there's a little tug and pull going on between us, right? Because I have certain interests that you may not prioritize as much as me. And you know, I depend on you for the bottom line. And if it's there, great. I want it, that's why I'm asking for it. If it's not there, it's just another year of making it, so.
So under that, where you want to send the cyber crime, that 7,000, you got 5,000 that wasn't in there before, maybe I missed some of this, doing math. And you got additional 5,000 in legal or related services and.
So the 5,000 for special prosecutors,
Special prosecutor, okay?
and that's in the event. So in the juvenile court, those two ones, the indigent ones, we have to pay, the county has to pay for indigent guardianships in juvenile court. The state requires the county to foot that bill. Some years there's none, some years there's one, some years there's 3 or 4. And you're paying lawyers an indigent fee, their personal rate, their private rate, which is anywhere from $250 to $350 an hour on a guardianship that lasts.
So have we never
months.
put that in before, or is it just?
We've been rolling the dice.
No, it's there. It's there. I've trimmed it.
It got 0, 0, 0.
Hasn't been in there before, that's why I asked.
I
that's
thought
what
I used to have those.
No, see, because you also got other court-related services, legal and related services down here, and then that's at 15 now. That's something I got under.
Well, in 426001, the indigent fund, in 24 that was $5,000.
Yeah.
Last year was $3,000.
Did you double that up by
0, 0 on each one of them.
This year I'm asking for $5,000 again.
But you didn't spend anything in them 2 prior years.
But did you double that up then? 'Cause you just said that 5,000 and 425 was for the indigent stuff.
So that would be the indigent, that would be what I was referring to with the indigent one. The legal services record, the 426000. Now, I'll take a moment to explain this. The reason, I don't know the reason why I have lines 425, 425, 426000, and 426001. They probably could all be housed in one line, honestly. The legal court-related services fund is our heavy lifting for office. It's where we pay for all our postage, or not postage, service fees. So when we have to get serve people paperwork, which we do a lot of, that comes out of there.
And that's not just our share, that's to everybody that's got to serve papers.
Yeah, anywhere. And we also, pretty sure we get a bill from our own sheriff's department. Yeah.
He just talked about that a little bit ago.
Yeah. And we've always viewed it as, it's just a tracking function.
You gotta have that.
Yeah.
You gotta have something so that the auditors can figure out where money.
We understand it's all county money. So at first blush, it's like, well, why is the sheriff's office charging the county attorney's office? But I think it's just tracking. And then the special prosecutor is the one we've been rolling the dice on.
Well, it looks like we're rolling the dice on that and the indigent services. Both of them are 5, so that's 10 grand we put in your budget, but we haven't used in multiple years.
Right. The last
3 lines down by half.
So here's my question. Yeah, I'm tracking. Here's my question. We never ever see like that 5,000. We know if you didn't use it, we know it goes back into the general.
Yes.
Correct me if I say something wrong, Terry. We know that goes back into the general. But we really don't know sitting here that you didn't use it last year because nothing says return to general from last year.
Well, it should have a figure there if it was used.
Well, at the end of the year, you should see how much, I mean, should my office return back.
Yeah, the activity will tell you what you actually spent and the remainder was the general.
Yeah, but what if you used it somewhere else? Would that show up in activity here?
No, not unless,
That's
it only shows up there unless I submit the bill for payment with that account attached to it.
That's what I mean. So we don't know if that 5,000 got spent up here in custodial supplies or office supplies.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
I don't know where that money might have got spent if
it got spent at all.
If it got spent at all. I mean, we would see that you spent more in custodial supplies, but whatever they call office supplies. We'd see that you spent more there, but we wouldn't know where the heck it came from. And that's at least without doing a lot of digging and driving Michelle and Terry crazy.
Sure.
Or Megan.
No, that's
and so that's why we really try to make sure that we don't spend, we don't want to do a big tax asking, but we also don't want to have big budget amendments, because budget amendments obviously are for future tax disasters if we keep using them too much. So, I mean, that's why I'd like to have, and I don't know how you'd even track that. I mean,
And the big one that's
unless
legal.
you were completely, and I'm not saying you aren't honest, unless you were completely accurate and honest with your tracking. Okay, I spent out of this one on office supplies, and that's where that money went. So that
Yeah.
we knew that.
Well, yeah, I mean, the
Otherwise,
last year's budget would show any like outsized.
well, then it would
Payment.
show that we probably should have spent more on office supplies and could have spent less on indigent. You see what I'm saying? If you didn't use indigent services, but you
Right.
use that money up here.
You would see an outsized increase in office supply spending.
Yeah.
So I'd have
Where did it come
$900
from?
budgeted, but $2,900 spent.
And I suppose we could assume that's where it came
Right,
from.
you could guess
Right.
that
But then we
whatever was
really-
underspent
Yeah.
Right.
is where it
Would
could have been,
supplement
where it could have
and
been.
subsidize the overspent ones.
Yeah, because I have no idea how we can track that without making it
I was right
paperwork
about
tonight.
that.
The only other thing I'll offer on these three ones is, especially the services one, that's the big one, the 15 grand, is the Iowa code allows for minor sex abuse victims under the age of 14 to qualify for what's called a guardian ad litem. And guardian ad litems aren't, they don't prosecute the case, but they are, under the law, the lawyer for the victim. And it's tremendously helpful. When there is a sex abuse trial that we prosecute, we don't always have time to handhold the victim. And it's just a matter of practicality. We have to be in the courtroom. We can't be out in the
Do they
hallway.
also get represented like in a divorce case? That they're-
Yes, that's the same idea. It's the same idea,
I've seen that.
like with the children in the middle, and they have a guardian ad litem for the minor victims. And so I've used guardian ad litems on most every child sex abuse case that I believe is gonna go to trial. And I would say last year, between Martha and I think we used 3. In years past, we've used more or less. And that's just one of the things. There's no telling, no schedule on how many sex abuse cases we're gonna have in Crawford County with minor victims. And there's no telling, now does the minor victim need extra support? Is their family life good? Can we lean on the family instead of a professional lawyer? If the family life's not good and there's no support there, we have to offer support somehow, or else we'll never get the case over the finish line. Which includes their testimony in court against their abuser. So again, that's a private rate. On average, $250 an hour. They have to sit through hearings. I've had them offer arguments on, like, for example, it used to be, although the Iowa Supreme Court changed that recently, that you could have remote testimony of a minor victim from another room. If you could prove that testifying in the presence of the defendant would cause him harm and prevent accurate testimony. So I had guardian ad litems talk to the court about, yeah, this is my client, I've been with them this many times, and I believe that they need to testify remotely for their mental health. Now, we can't do that anymore, but that doesn't lessen the need, in my eyes, for that type of advocate in these types of cases. And there's just no telling how many we're gonna have, and of those, how many will need a guardian ad litem, because not everyone does. Like I said, if they have a strong home life, then that and a strong support system around them, they may not need one as much as, I mean, sometimes it's the parents who are abusing the child, so they're out of the home, the child's removed by DHS, they're out of the home.
I think that's why it's important to use past history in developing a budget. I mean, you know, I think you're plenty safe with the past history that I see here. There's sufficient funds there, and even if we cut those 3 in half, I think it'd still be safe, and if not against, come back and revisit them. There's no law. I said that 1,100 got a lot of different places we can pull money from. And that, like, a short one place, I guess. So I guess I cut those 3 lines in half, it'd be 5. Instead of 12.
25, 75, and 25 again? Is that what
Yeah.
we're talking?
12, instead of 12,000, 6,000. Leave it the 7,000, well, I mean, I can see the value of sending Martha to Alabama for the training.
Especially with the stuff we've watched just recently with, heck, just look at the Guthrie case and all the crap that's going on online with that, about Bitcoin.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And so her being able to maybe help you track things. I see in today's world, that's about all.
I agree.
Gene?
I just had a thought. We left the public health desks over at the annex, just in case, have you ever looked at those? They may be better than what you have. I'm not suggesting you have to take secondhand furniture, but I kind of remember those as being in pretty good shape.
Yeah, I didn't know they were available, but I can certainly go look.
Wouldn't you think that if, because we left them there because we just didn't know what to do with them, if we felt they were too good to take to the dump. And the sale barn doesn't want them, and they're bigger to us. We can look at them.
Okay.
Don't you think, Terry?
I don't know what's over there, to be
I don't
honest
either,
with
but
you.
I think there were 4 desks that were left.
Oh, okay.
Well, I'd rather he get them than a new tenant. Well, they're up upstairs, they need a desk.
They only need a table.
They only need a table, yep. They're just gonna be.
They want a couple chairs.
You're talking the desk are
Right, right, and like Lynn's office and Kim's office.
We've got desks for the, what was it we're worried about? For DHS, they could use your old desk.
Yeah.
Bring the hardwood.
I was
Hardwood's cheap.
giving them handouts.
Just a thought.
Sure, sure.
I just
Yeah,
sometimes.
I had no idea that there was anything available like that.
I have to meet, Taya.
I know Ty's got to be going too, so.
Yeah.
Where we at, guys? I guess I was.
Well, I was at, now was raised at 3%, cut that down to 6. And then, that back here, that 2695, instead of get rid of that, take that flex spending, the 3,000.
And that was just to be
I
on
mean,
that
that's
there, yeah.
clearing, cleaning that up. That's where I was at.
I mean, because his and Martha's salary will be set once we do that. That'll be done.
That'll all move accordingly.
Right. Lower the secretary increase to 3% instead of the 6.1%. And to me, I guess, I'd like to see a reduction in the overall budget other than those suggestions of about 15 to 20 grand, and let him then put the numbers in wherever he wants to. If he wants to change the one from 5,000 to 3,000 or from 1,000 to 500 or 2 500s, I don't care. I just think it needs to be, the budget needs to be less than what he's currently asking, even though salaries are the largest portion, certainly they're going to eat that up depending on what we do there. But I just don't want to see it smaller. That's all.
It's not a tough year.
Your number was what, 15?
15 to 20, right?
20% or 1,000?
1,000. Other than, and included in that would be the salaries from 6.1% to 3% for the secretaries. That's 6.4.
Well, with the numbers I rattled off, throw some pipes and hydrants on it, you're probably at 13,000 already, so. Couple thousand away. I wouldn't think it'd be too hard. I could get behind that. I just. We set this year, like, all the difference next year. Anyone else's opinion?
The biggest opinion I got is we're getting you real close to the middle. Field. Still.
Oh, I've noticed, Ty.
Noticed. Well,
I've noticed the steady decline.
And I actually, you know, and other, when we talked about this, you know, you're still not underpaid compared to your private friends because they've got all the other things that we pay for. You know, your house, your lodging per se, hell, even your lodging when you go on the thing, but your staff, you know, all the things that you need basically in this budget. Private attorneys paying out of that $250 an hour or whatever he's getting. Some of them get $500. Anyway, so I don't want to make you think that you're underpaid, but I do think that you're closer to the Middle Earth across the county, which I don't like using that. I appreciate what you do, you know, for us. I'm not competent in your world to judge what you do in the courtroom. You know, we're just trusting that you do a good job. We aren't getting a lot of people screaming at us. We do get some, but usually it's the victim, or not the victim, but the people that didn't win something. You know, so I take that with a grain of salt sometimes. But your staff's also very well paid, comparatively speaking, through the rest of the courthouse. I use the word very well paid too, because they are. Now I do know there's a lot of nights that I'll be here late and I look over and your light's still on. I peek in there and there says Bonnie, you know. And so, I mean, I know your staff is earning their keep, but you know, we still got to keep that in a balance, you know, in my opinion. So, Martha, I understand where you're wanting to go with the 85% of yours, you know. So, I mean, that even kind of makes sense. But we've been talking to a lot of them that, like, you might have an assistant that's full-time, but the county attorney is actually a part-time that can also still go work on his own. Correct. If that's something that works out for the county and that attorney. I don't know how, we've never even looked into that, at least this board.
When I joined the county attorney's office, it was part-time,
Tom,
under Tom's part. So, and then Tom went to Vicky. I think Vicky might have been full-time, but then Mike Munt took over from Vicky, and he was part-time because he had an established practice. I joined his office. He retired shortly after. But when it was Roger Saylor and I were the two assistants when Julie Schumacher took the bench, we were all part-time because they had an established civil practice.
Yeah.
But then once Mike retired, which within a couple months of me joining the office, a couple months after that, I think by August, Roger was county attorney. He took the board granted a full-time status to the office.
Well, what I'd like to add to that, and I know that some mornings on Tuesdays when we're here, you got court and stuff, but I talked to Barry Anderson and several other county supervisors, and a lot of times their county attorneys sit with them at the whole meeting every time. And it's to make sure that we don't have any questions legally or don't make any mistakes legally. You know, that's why they have them there, and that's how it was explained to me. So, I mean, but we don't usually, unless you're already in court. If you're in the building, today probably took as long as any, and I'm sure you were scribbling paperwork down to figure out I got to get ahead of them. But, you know, that was probably as long a wait as we've had in a long time. And I'm not criticizing for that. I'm just saying, typically you come over pretty quick, you know. So
Pretty
I mean,
accessible.
you're accessible. That took a long ways to get to that, but
Took a damn long way to get there.
Yeah. But anyway, that's me. I dig out into the weeds. I'm sure.
Well, and Ty, to your point too, I mean, you look at Carroll County, you talk to those guys, when John was part-time,
That's probably why I get cut off.
they were looking at spending a lot of money on outside counsel. I mean, because he wasn't there for a time. So I mean, I think we all agree and give you a lot of props for all the things that you helped us out with, and then readily, well, the other night when we needed something drafted up for solar fields.
Thanks, Ty.
Yeah.
It was really added to us too. So we do appreciate that. Great.
No way.
Yeah.
So I think Ty brings up a good point that sometimes you wonder how the state legislature came up with this form of local government and who's in charge of what and why they did it that way. Because we as the Board of Supervisors, you know, we're not here, we don't know what the auditors do, what the treasurer does, what the recorder does, county attorney, sheriff, and yet we approve their budget. And it's like, we're just, you know, it's weird that that's the way it is, that you would think they would have came up with some other way to do it. Understand that I mean, because they're all elected officials, so you have to report to the public. So if you would be approving your own budget that's crazily out of hand, I would think there would be enough uproar amongst the citizens of Crawford County. So we need to find someone to run against him. He's breaking us.
Sure.
But,
I think,
you know, that's the system that we have.
I think they baked in a little bit of, I don't want to, a fairly, I guess you could call it adversarial, in the sense that every department and elected official has separate interests. I mean, we talked about the common interest, which is paying or spending and asking for taxpayer dollars responsibly. But other than that, I think, I think it's a checks and balances. I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing. It forces all of us to learn a little bit more about what other people do.
Yes.
And your priorities might be different than my priorities. And so if you have a runaway elected official, I think the check is upfront. Like the taxpayer is not saddled with 4 years of that before they get to have a new election.
Good point.
So kind of like a checks and the balances. But yeah, it creates some obvious tension, but I think that's on purpose.
Going back to
I think it's healthy.
how you became full-time. I can't believe that the Board of Supervisors could just grant that. I always thought they had to go to the voting to make it part-time or full-time. Nope, they could just grant it.
I think Carol was going full-time.
Not me.
Oh,
Sorry, sister.
Everybody's now part-time, right? Everybody's part-time, you're limited at 39 hours a week, no benefits, no overtime.
Yeah, so my understanding is that, with the county attorney before Mike Munn, that there was some issues. And the county was in a bad spot and needed to pivot quickly and approached Mike in a pinch. I mean, there was a very specific case that they needed help with. The county was going to be in default of litigation thing.
So things haven't changed.
We're not the only board, right?
Except the things that changed is that my understanding is that there is responsiveness in the county attorney's office that was lacking before my month.
Yeah, I didn't mean.
Not to speak ill of my predecessors,
I
but that, and then again, I was.
Budget meetings were interesting.
Oh, so yeah. With Mike or?
Yes. Was it
or even
Mike
before
technically or?
No, I remember Dad talking about it, and he'd just come in with like a number. Well, what does this mean? Well, that's my number, prove it or not.
That'd be Mike.
It's crazy. It was crazy. I mean, he budgeted
Didn't they used
food
to
for his
contract
clients
with the
to come
private
in,
county?
soda, candy.
Paid
But,
Mike
yeah,
Munn's
no, we
firm
don't do
was to
that in
say,
the county.
Yeah.
250 grand a year, you handle all the.
It's not.
Oh, no, he had a salary, and when I joined the office, I had a salary as a part-time county attorney. But what the county was paying for and why Roger Saylor moved his office to the courthouse is overhead.
Yeah.
Rent, lights, supplies.
Huge difference.
And all that kind of went away. We still have supplies and stuff, but we don't pay rent anymore. County used to pay a rent for the county attorney's office to be across the street.
Oh,
I just thought they paid like a one-time contract fee for all that, or they didn't.
No,
It was
everyone
like
had a
that.
salary and everything else
Okay.
was.
All right.
So I guess to get down to brass tacks, we kind of got to decide what we're gonna let Colin know where we're at. I know we said common board that, but hopefully
15,000? 15.
So I want to be crystal clear with what that is. So I'm assuming we're
It's
changing.
not including your salary. That's.
So this is 15. We're already going to cut out. My understanding is the roughly 18 from the maintenance. You guys consider that cut, and the 3,000 down to 305. You guys consider all that cut. So this is
already been cut. This is in addition to.
This is in addition to that.
Well, no,
To be fair,
I didn't.
that 3,000, I don't have that figured
Right,
in.
the 3,000.
Because that was just money we talked about today was where I came up with the
15.
15.
So that the 15 would include
The three.
The flex plan.
Okay. Okay.
Includes the
To be
flex.
fair.
Range.
Yeah. I
26,
just do the numbers that we worked with today, the cartel thing's already done, so that's.
Okay. Okay.
Probably actually closer to 12.5.
Yeah. Which.
With,
Okay.
you know,
I just want to make sure that
with that
we're on the
off
same page.
there.
Okay.
Yeah. As soon as you can get that to Michelle, that would be stupendous.
What, I'll need a drop dead date. I have, just what happened. Monday?
Is that okay?
See where we're back.
Monday,
Tuesday,
Wednesday,
see where
right
we're
away,
at.
as soon as possible.
I mean, he won't be able to have a salary in that budget. Is that, that's
Right, you
okay?
haven't cut those yet.
Right.
You haven't determined salaries.
Correct.
That'll be another day. Tuesday, unfortunately.
Which
I want to give this book back to you.
kind of become married to this little sucker.
Yeah, you are. Taya is meeting me over at Public Health at 1 o'clock on Thursday. We want you to discuss over and take a look.
Oh, I gotta ask you guys a couple of questions.
Public health.
I'll be not. I appreciate the offer, but I got
Zoning,
deadlines coming up.
we have not budgeted zoning.
So that was the only thing we had planned, right? Anything else? Okay, I'll do.
Zoning.
Yeah.
You need to look at Department 10. I don't need it today.
Department 10.
And Department 59.
Thanks, Colin.
Thanks, guys.
10 and 59. Those both need budgeted. Do you know anything about funding substance abuse
In what?
in the county, at the county level? What we're required to pay anymore, or, I
Oh,
know it's changed. I know Martha and Amy Sigabon were
I'm
looking
sorry.
for
10 and
answers
59.
to what we're responsible for, and I have no idea. I think it should be
Zoning?
or HHS myself, but.
Zoning
they
and
said
substance
no.
abuse.
So,
I don't know offhand,
you
but
have
I can look it up.
anything?
Yeah.
or have an outreach for that, or,
Okay, we haven't budgeted anything for zoning.
That's because we don't know how many transactions they
You want
have.
to be our zoning administrator, Colin?
go talk to
No, thank
Tracy.
you.
They'd
She's
like to
down
pay
there today.
$10,000 extra, and as far as we
I
can
wish-
tell, they don't know what
I'm
they
sure
do.
someone will be very happy with that.
No, nobody wants it.
I
Nobody knows.
just don't know that we need all those extra things, those other lines budgeted,
Mileage,
supplies and
I don't think so.
postage, they haven't
They
been
didn't even know
spent
they
out.
had.
Thank you.
Bye.
So Terry, you're just looking at regular office salary for the zoning?
Yeah,
I mean, it,
8,000.
it looks like to me is
I
that
can figure that stuff out.
when we had someone in there, we paid them 7,500. We didn't have anybody in there this year, so our activity is zero.
Tracy's getting it,
Tracy's getting that money?
yeah.
So
But she's only getting her portion of it
Right.
because they divided it out among 4 people there for.
Maddie was getting the lion's share,
Oh,
and
that's
her
right.
and, what's his face?
Seth.
No,
Adrian,
Adrian were getting,
Well, Tim Beers asked me a couple times about it.
was he interested in it?
Yes.
So we want to keep the salary at 7,500, no matter who gets
I
it?
think 8,000 plus 500.
8,000. Yep.
Okay,
Maybe whoever gets the job can tell us what they do and how many transactions they do.
59.
so want to put FICA and IPers at whatever that comes to, is what you're
I
saying?
will. Yeah, I'm
You're gonna
working on it right now.
Okay, it should be about the same as it was a year ago, 574 and 708. I mean, they've changed it a little bit. Should be awful darn close.
0.0762.
It's like,
So who gets to-
0.0904.
thank you.
You could
And
go
Colin's
my way.
looking into
I don't-
59 for me,
Good.
because I don't know what needs to be budgeted in there. Substance abuse, I don't know.
So we're done with zoning,
Yep.
right?
Looks like 2,500 will cover it.
I don't know if it's our responsibility though, so I don't really want to put money
But
in there if
who-
we don't have to pay it.
Who's using this money?
I don't know that anymore.
Who used to
It
use this
used to
money?
be Louise.
Well,
Well, who used it this year? Louise used that 725.80 and 355.70. Louise used those.
Yeah, but I don't know if it's our responsibility
So we
to
call
do
her
it.
Reese.
Nope, I've already talked to her about it.
She had nothing to do with it.
Did we give it to Taya?
No,
Well, why even tax it?
I know, exactly. I don't know the
Can
answer
I put
to
a big,
that question.
can I put a big X to
I'm
the
trying to
sheet?
find it out.
I put a big X to the sheet.
Getting. you're not
So we
getting
don't have to
Taya.
tax for it, right? We
I
didn't.
don't know that.
Oh,
I don't know. I'm trying to find that out.
Holy shit.
I think it should be HHS, but they say no.
I already put a big X to
Terry
it.
details.
There you go.
I've spent way too much time with you guys.
It's been the best day you've
Should
ever
not
had.
Be here 6 hours.
Had lunch.
Part of my little brain.
I know it, I know it, I know. Think about
I think what it does to our brains.
the brains.
Does that to yours.
What did we accomplish today? Did we get 300,000 out of there?
I don't think so.
I feel like election salaries will get the rest of it. You want that on next week's agenda?
You wanna do that next week?
Discuss and take action.
Do elected
election salaries.
officials?
I don't know if
Would
we,
we be able to get,
Get that. I don't know.
but even at that, what's the timing? I mean, I don't know if you do it, but we'd like to see how the numbers, if we get the numbers and how
cleaned up numbers.
cleaned up numbers.
Depends on when your departments get them turned back in. Did you give them a deadline? Except for
Drop dead.
Colin.
Drop dead.
Maybe email them and let them know when you'd like that information to Michelle.
Does it, why does, I guess I'll just ask you, is why do they need to get that information to Michelle? If we all are pretty confident we're gonna change the salary numbers. So what, they're gonna have to change them again, right? But you want to,
Except for Chris, he won't have to change his and Zach won't have to change his, just Colin and Roger.
Elected officials, because Chris
Only
and
elected.
Zach will have those.
good point, good point.
Unless that's something, I don't think Chris was cutting his salary, was he?
We did have him cut, Jill's.
Jody?
Jody's?
No, if he does it.
I don't think we were gonna have to do like.
He was doing 8%.
Yeah, I think we're.
So I guess what I would, yeah. Now you said, before we were done, I was kind of like to have an idea of where.
He said he was his right hand.
You have that number.
This guy's kind of
today,
right.
where we thought our budget for fund, or general fund and general stuff and where we were at. So,
That's taxes levy.
okay,
That's what our levies are gonna come in taxes.
okay. And we,
Went
We
down
got started that way.
less, less, we're levying less.
Then when Lance moved south of town,
115.
we would drive that vehicle,
Less.
Crawford County Conservation, to
But
and back.
expenditures are going up.
Jerry sees these.
So the next guy that comes, same guy does it, because he was trained there, right? They don't, we don't, never hired
So that's
somebody.
about.
That
what,
Paul was one of the
440?
first hires that we hired from
Right.
outside, I guess Ryan.
So
We
that's
didn't, you know, it's not promoting,
So I guess
we actually get a different perspective and a different
say
thought process.
440, that's a number we would have to.
We certainly can require,
Right?
we could say no
Right.
longer that
So
that vehicle sits at this,
600,000.
sits at the park.
But most of
Bring
that's
your own
out
vehicle
of
here and
general basic.
I think that the day, the
You
good
know,
old days
I don't know if
are-
you can do that with,
That's an increase in expenditures, supplementals already.
you know, because what would happen, you know, with traffic accident, they get called out in the middle of the night. And I gotta drive to Denison to get my small car to go to the
I
accident.
get that one.
So,
I get that one.
That one I get too,
Just for solid.
That's where
It'd be nice. It's hard.
but is it too much to ask them to
nowhere to go with. And getting the numbers from the departments
patrols?
give
Instead of
us
hiring
solid
two
numbers in these
guys.
spreadsheets, otherwise the spreadsheets
Make it part of the.
lackluster.
Well, just, because when I
No,
thought
we
we
did
were
regulars.
820,000 short, I just was having a hard time
Yeah,
wrapping.
that's where we're gonna end up, with the budget amendment.
Right, I thought that's where we're proposing on this budget. I was trying to wrap my head, how can I just leave
I don't think so, from what I am getting, none of this.
I know you
is-
drive a lot.
Because so this is our 2026
But You're not
actual,
driving $1.5
this
million
is the re-estimated.
Yes.
There's nothing that says estimated 26, 7.
No, I'm sleepy.
Most of the time. All right.
I just couldn't grasp how we can sell it to the public if you're 800,000 short. And say, well, we're gonna get raises.
Well, this is with all the raises. I mean,
I know that's
yeah,
with it in there,
yeah.
but.
No, I get it.
So what did you decipher? We're not 800,000 short?
No, we're not,
For,
but we are,
400,000 short.
we're 800,000
Before
coming
today.
up this
in
year.
this year's budget.
That's all the budget amendments. That's where that number come from.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, with
That's
the
current.
re-estimated.
Not including those budget amendments that we just did, or
Those are in there.
those are in
Yeah,
there?
those are in there.
Okay.
But we're about 450.
Should we adjourn this meeting?
That's not without, that's not,
We're still discussing the budget.
The way it is,
that's before today,
proposed budgets.
before today, and once we
Before
trim
all
out
the
Rogers.
adjustments.
I mean, we took a big chunk out of the sheriff's department today, which will offset that.
And once we do the salaries, we should be there.
Probably.
Oh, Jesus, 1,000 for each deputy. I mean, he says it's only 12, but I figured that.
Okay, 12 is 15% increase. If they were making 78,000, he gives them a $12,000 increase. That's just,
How's he gonna do that if he's? Are we still
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
trying to make everybody happy?
yeah. So I'm open for adjournment. Let's go home.
I think it's time.
Is that a
Oh,
motion?
yeah,
Motion by Gene,
I'll support that motion.
second by Kyle.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
All those in favor say aye.